It's okay to be proud of the UK. We are who we are, this is our way. We will fight until our final breath. We will fight until our final death. Release your inner Tommy Robinson. Stand and unite our glorious kingdom. Tommy Robinson, Tommy Robinson, thy kingdom will be done. Tommy Robinson, all together, one of the crowd. The United Kingdom, we are proud. The United Kingdom, we say it loud. The United Kingdom. Release your inner Tommy Robinson. Stand and unite our glorious kingdom. Tommy Robinson, Tommy Robinson, thy kingdom will be done. Tommy Robinson. Release your inner Tommy Robinson. Stand and unite our glorious kingdom. Tommy Robinson, Tommy Robinson, thy kingdom will be done. Tommy Robinson.
Happy days, mate. Happy days. I'm playing it from the YouTube. I should have just played my actual file, but you know, what can I do? So yeah, it's probably due to my internet or some other silly reason. But yeah, it is actually, like, you know, the actual recording of is QL. I uploaded it. It was cushy as well. So yeah, but I know what you're saying, mate, because I had a nightmare trying to do it. It's through StreamYard, and I thought, hang on, I've got a blooming video editing software. So I've done it through that. It's much better. So it's all happy days. Yeah. You can watch it on X, Facebook, and YouTube, but not TikTok. It gave me a community guideline violation because I used to wear Tommy Robinson, I think. But yeah, what can I say? But I've got a few stories today. I see our Ben Habib has released a little short video on X, which I have for you today. We shall be watching that. Yes, we shall. Maybe I should actually get it ready because, like, you know, normally have it all up and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, not ready. Come on, Wiz, mate. How can you not be ready, mate? But yeah, he's talking about the Islam situation. I have got it. Look, honestly, look, there he is. Whoa. Hello, Ben. Look at those shades. Ooh, do you reckon he stole them off his wife? Who have we got then? So today we have Phil, who's feeling rather tired. So, like I said, mate, if you need a rest, go and take your rest. We've got Electrodoc in the house. I said to Phil already, didn't I? Electrodoc. Let's scroll down to Night Nikki. We got Night Nikki. Or Nikki, let's call her Nikki. Daytime Nikki. Afternoon Nikki. And then we got, who else we're Nelly. So good they named her 3 times. 3 times. 3 times. Come on, Wiz. British and proud. Hope you're well today on this glorious Tuesday. Whatever you choose, you choose. Afternoon. Soon, Wiz, yeah. So was it today? Was it? Because I've got this up. This is crazy. That isn't it crazy that they like this needs to be banned immediately. Let me see if it's today. I didn't realize it was today. I'm still not. They're saying like the this is really bad, right? Because but yeah, I may put a link up actually, Ace, if you want to come up. On Sky News, I had it with. We'll listen to Ben, and then I'll put this up. But yeah, let's listen to Ben Rooney. Ben Rooney, what's Ben saying? What's Ben saying?
Today, the government is going to take steps to set aside Christianity as the constitutional and cultural religion of the United Kingdom. It is going to do this by introducing what it calls an anti-Muslimness law, a law that doesn't just ban the criticism of Islam, the examination of Islam, the intellectual assessment of Islam, but actually it bans any criticism of its outward portrayal, such as, for example, things like the burqa and the niqab. And when you pass legislation which protects one religion over another, effectively as Christianity used to have protections in this country for over 1,000 years, when you change that round, you give that protection to Islam, and Christianity is exposed, has no such protection, Islam will become the dominant religion of the United Kingdom. This is much, much worse than an attack on free speech. This is a fundamental change to the constitution and culture of the United Kingdom. Today, the government is going to put in the last building block for the foundations to remove Christianity from the United Kingdom and replace it with Islam. Advance UK will have nothing to do with this. The minute we are able to do so, we will reverse this law and we will bring to justice those that sought to do such huge damage to this country. This is an attack on the United Kingdom's very constitutional existence. It must not go unpunished.
Ben has spoken. Ben has spoken. It's going nuts. That's basically all around what today's going to be about, guys. So I'll probably put a link up and you can come up and have your say as well. So yeah, Ace, if you want to come up. It's gonna gotta be careful what I say as well here, because it literally says like what you can and can't say. Literally, like a new definition of anti-Muslim hate that includes violence, harassment, and prejudicial stereotyping. But it's like for them to do what they do with the Jews. What? These people haven't read the Quran or Hadiths, have they? They have not. And then I've got an article where they're saying about the Scouts going a new badge for the Scouts. Yes. It's ridiculous. Basil the Great posted it on X. It's the Islamophobia Awareness Month badge. And in order to earn the badge, you've got to learn about the 5 pillars of Islam, visit a mosque, listen to the call of prayer, learn about Muslim role models. What role models? They actually want your child to go to the Boy Scouts to learn about Islam. I mean, is that ridiculous? Literally, learn about Muslim inventors. Is there any? Explore the history of Muslims in the UK. Find out about one of the prophets. Find out about one of the prophets. They've only got one. Muhammad, and he married a 6-year-old and raped her when she was 9. Celebrate an important Muslim figure in your community. What? Explore common misconceptions and myths about Islam and Muslims. No, it's all true. It's all true. Ooh. Invite a member of the Muslim community, such as a local sheikh or imam, to visit your group. No. Do a game or activity about inclusivity. Explore the ways you might see Islamophobia in society. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, oh my God. and welcome, new person, fricadellans. I say something like that when I hit my thumb with a hammer. Fricadellans. And yes, I'm glad you appreciate the beard. But that's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, this is going to be rather dangerous. It's funny because, you know, they throw anti-Semitism around this, that, and everything else, but now we've all got to bow to Islam. But yeah, literally going in there. Yeah, you read it. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, anti-Muslim hate, and it's not. They say Muslim hate. No, it's blooming Islam, the religion itself. I mean, blimey, and what these Muslims do and the Islamists do, it's just on another level. And you're telling us that they're trying to silence us. It's not satire, it's under common law. Well, so Ben is completely wrong on that. Yeah, he's been wrong a couple of times, hasn't he? Set up what he's doing in 2 minutes. Always ready. Always there's a lunch break, so not here for long. Okay, real Bobby Scale, thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Boy, to say, I read the Scouts website yesterday about how to win the so-called Islamophobia badge. Absolutely shocking. I know, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, no, this cannot happen. I know. I have to read through this because I'm sure I read that, you know, we can still say what we want to say, but, you know, you can't do it in hatred kind of way. The government announced a new definition of anti-Muslim hate that includes violence, harassment, and prejudicial stereotyping, as it insisted the move will not curtail free speech. But it will to a degree because, I mean, but even stereotyping, I mean, when? It's normally a fact. Ministers say it's a working definition and a tool for the government organisation to better understand, measure, prevent and address anti-Muslim hostility. Don't worry about what the Muslims do to the Jews and the Christians. Don't worry about what Muslims are doing around the whole flipping world. Crucially, the definition is non-statutory, meaning it is advisory and has no legal backing. That's the important bit, isn't it, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the important bit, isn't it? But, you know, is what it is. But thank you. Discrimination of someone due to their religion or belief is already unlawful under the Equality Act. Communities Secretary Steve Reed told MPs that the ministers had a duty to act against record levels of hate crime against Muslims, but that you can't tackle a problem if you can't describe it. Hate crime against Muslims. It's not. It's Muslims hate crime against the Jewish and the Christian community. Behead them where they stand, mate. Behead them. Just wipe them out. Literally says it in their religious text, and they want to curtail what we can say as, say, Christians and Jews. How does that work? How does that work? He also denied the definition would interfere with freedom of speech or create blasphemy laws by the back door. Hate crimes. Oh, I can see their race, 2 secs. Hate crimes against Muslims reported to police in England and Wales rose by almost a fifth in the year ending March 2025 to 3,199 offences. A lot of this is in retaliation to things like the Manchester Synagogue, Manchester Arena. I'm not saying it's right, but that's why people are starting to retaliate, because they're trying to stand up to it. But now they go, oh, no, don't do that. The figures do not include incidents reported to Metropolitan Police due to changes in its recording system. Jewish people face the highest rate of hate crimes. Yeah, I bet. According to the government figure, with 106 incidents per 10,000 population. Muslims were second with 12% per 10,000 population. What? That's ridiculous. In February last year, the government sets up a working group led by former Tory Minister Dominic Grieve to come up with a definition of anti-Muslim hatred. Oh, my word. Crazy. How you doing, Ace?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. Just getting myself all wet.
Sorry for my mic's a bit loud. I just realised I had it on full volume.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I've been having it loud while listening to my Tommy Robinson song. I've been well jamming to it. I've listened to it more times than I care to admit. So, yeah. So,
yeah, we do need. I'm seeing a few people saying the same thing that I've said. We also need if we're going to have an anti-Semitism law, which, by the way, does actually cover Islam, anti-Semitism means anti-Semitic. Arabic is a Semitic language, therefore anti-Semitism covers Islam. We don't need any special treatment for Islam. It's covered under anti-Semitism. Although it is particularly viewed towards the Jews, it's not specifically for the Jews. It actually covers anti-Semitism, meaning the Semitic languages. But yeah, a few people have said someone said we need an Anglophobia law. We do need something that protects hate speech against the white national, because that happens. And we also need an anti-Christian hate law, because if the Muslims are protected, the Jewish are protected, why aren't the Christians being protected?
Exactly.
So yeah.
And as Nikki says,
hello,
the goats
everybody, today.
Everybody say hello to Ace. But I don't understand why this has even come about. It's absolutely crazy. Hi, Marty, new person. I mean, I might actually say a lot of this that the Muslims are probably going to get in the world, what that you class as hatred. Surely, with everything they do and they say, they're bringing a lot of it on themselves, because eventually people will snap and they've had enough and they will react to it. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what people are going to do, surely.
Yeah. I mean, when we observe other countries that Islam has entered into, what we would generally observe is that when they're the minority, they will vote left wing, because left wing supports liberalism as opposed to conservatism. Through that, in democratic countries, they will then try to get into places of power so that they can change the law. And ultimately, what they're then looking for is to be able to push forward a vote on democracy itself. Because if Muslims outweigh the English national in our parliament, they could quite easily outvote us and say, sorry, no more democracy. And that would be it. And the country would turn to a bloodbath, because, yeah, it's not good. But essentially, under the law, criticism of Islam is still allowed. It specifically states that. I did actually put in the chat, if anybody wants to go and look, the gov.uk website, where it actually defines the law. Is that what you've got on the screen at the moment there, Wiz?
What's that's I'm nearly replying to you. I didn't see. I might not be. Have you? Let me scroll down, because I'm miles behind already. Nope, that's my link. Did you actually put a link up? Did you?
I did, yeah. Let me just chuck it in there again for you. It's a gov. If you just type in anti-Muslim definition, it will bring up the gov.uk website, which is where the law, the common law, because it's not statutory law, it's common law, has been defined. And it specifically states that Islam is still open to criticism. So whilst we can say things about Islam, where you might be restricted on speech, is saying things about Muslims themselves. That's where the restrictions will come in.
Yep. Right.
But me saying, verses from the Quran that would, just for educational purposes to have public debate, that's still completely allowed. It specifically states that in the under the definition.
Right.
Yeah, it is worrying, because they've got it registered as a working definition. That's the worrying part. And the reason that specifically is worrying is because if the definition that we have so far is perceived as not strong enough, because it's working, that means in the future amendments can be made. So they could
Yep.
then put in an amendment that says, you know, if you're talking about Islam in what could be perceived as a hostile way, then you're also committing, you know, anti-Muslim hatred, which is what I'm worried about, because the second they stop any criticism of Islam, we are in serious trouble.
Yep, definitely. Well, I mean, I've already been banned. I got banned on YouTube for 7 days. I covered the Bondi Beach incident. We're talking about that. And somewhere, somehow in there, they've then turned around. Like, they didn't give me a chance to actually, like, see the bit or whatever they're commenting on. But YouTube's like, oh, that's hate speech, 7-day ban. Literally, just like that. I was like, you what?
What? Just for
'cause I'm talking
talking
about
just for
Yeah.
covering it?
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
literally
odd,
done
because
it.
I've watched countless channels that have covered the Bondi stuff on YouTube, and they've
Yeah.
not been banned.
Exactly. And I was like, well, what was said in it that you class as hate speech? What is it you're doing? But I even sent them a message, and that obviously no reply whatsoever. So there was something said in it that they picked up on and said, right, that's hate speech. But what I was talking, one's my opinion or my view of said situation, but I wasn't actually, you know, I was saying about like Islam that obviously it's going to be sort of dangerous, etc. I don't want to say too much in case it happens again, but but I mean, all I'm sort of saying from everything what we can all see, you know, I'm just saying what everyone probably knows, but I'm just saying it out loud. I wasn't in any way sort of derogatory, but I was just saying like we've got a problem. Yeah, and 7-day ban I got for that. I could not believe it, but I was fuming. But I've lost 2 X accounts because I've literally posted up with the screenshot of Sahir al-Bukhari 5134 saying like 6 years old and 9 years old, put that up, and then they banned me for that as well. And I'm like, but that's their hadith. You're literally banning me from exposing their hadith. So it makes no sense. So someone somewhere in the high elites and that, they're like, oh yeah, let's protect Islam. And we can't have people saying certain things or in certain ways. I don't know, but
Yeah, you can guarantee that's coming from or being funded by Qatar.
Yeah, that really, really wouldn't
They
surprise me.
pretty much fund most of Islam around the world, so I think Qatar's actually got more money than the Sauds, to be honest.
yeah, without a doubt. Anglophobia laws, but
yeah. Like, if you're going to introduce one law for one group of people, okay, now cover the rest of the groups of people, because otherwise you're only actually going to incite more hatred against that group, because other groups also aren't being protected.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to come out and say you can't say this about Muslims, you can't say that about Muslims, that's fine. Okay. You know, I genuinely don't want to offend people. But if you're going to do that, you also need to introduce protection for other groups, because it is genuinely going to incite more anger towards that group. Or maybe they're aware of that and that's what they're looking for, because it's another excuse to demonize the whites.
Yep. That's the scary part of it, because like Mr. Waffle says, Jewish receive the most hate. Yeah, and it's like I think we're like 0.4% of our population is Jewish, but like no one wants to talk about them. Oh no, but it's all right for the Quran to say like to have them kill the Jews and then the Christians, or kill the Saturday people then the Sunday people. No, that's fine. But if you want to say anything, but like what we're saying or what I say is always about Islam. We're talking about the actual religion, not Muslims. But sometimes obviously that will come into the conversation. But you know, even that we're going to be like holding our blooming tongues or something, going, "Oh, are we allowed to say that?" And that's ridiculous, because you know, freedom of speech is there for a reason.
Yeah. Mark in the comments quoting Morgan Freeman, offences taken, not given, 100%. But if saying, you know, the N-word to a black person, if I know that's derogatory, I'm also committing offensive behaviour. So I know that person would be offended by it. So it can be given as well as received. or you take it yourself. But you know, some black people don't react negatively to that word, some black people do. So again, it is, I guess, a spectrum of whoever it is that you're dealing with in that individual situation. But yeah, I kind of agree. Offences taken, not given.
Yep.
Another Morgan Freeman quote as well that I quite like is the only way to stop racism is to stop talking about racism. Which is correct.
Let me share this.
I'm not here for any particular reason, by the way. I just didn't want to ruin your artwork, Wiz, by not appearing.
You plum. This is what's his name? Basil the Great. He posted this up. I saw this on X and I nearly fell off my chair. But trying to force it into Scouts. I thought Scouts was all about this and everything else. It wasn't about actual religion. And I mean, I was a Scout for years, like camping and that. Never once do I remember us ever talking about any religion.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know any Scout that would want that badge anyway. Just saying.
Bring your kids out at Scouts. That's one less conversational topic that they can have, isn't it? In a conversational group, like why they've kind of almost banned bloody pubs, haven't they? Because folks talking. Anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It just feels like the fun police, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also, founded by Lord Baden-Powell. Have the Muslims even got any lords within their constituents? No. It's a very British thing as being a lord.
Pat, that's fact. It is actual fact, but I don't know if we're going to be allowed to still say. Then we'll start saying PDF and all that rubbish. But I mean, like I said, I've quoted Sahir al-Bukhari twice on X, and both accounts got like banned. But obviously, the Muslim that actually
was that Sahih al-Bukhari 2922, the one about come here, O Muslim. Yeah, come here, O Muslim. There's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill them.
Yeah,
I know specific. I know specific verses and I know their numbers because I've actually studied Islam, not because I was considering converting, but I'm very strongly Christian, and in order to argue in an effective way against Islam, you need to know Islam. Otherwise, how do you argue against something you don't know anything about? That's why I've studied it. So yeah,
I rely on the
Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, there is no argument. It literally states, like, Aisha narrates. That's what I was trying to tell Bobby the other day. Like, Aisha is held in quite high regard, but he's willing to throw her under the bus and the Hadith under the bus. But then I told him, like, even because someone reminded me actually that about the Quran that says about their iddah and their time that they wait and all that. Like for marriage, like, you know, if you want to split up, you've got to wait 3 months. And it says in there, even for those who have not yet menstruated. And you think, hang on, what are they doing getting married?
Yeah, by the way, that's only for the men. That only applies to the men. It doesn't apply to the women. Sorry, that's the other way around. It only applies to the women. They have to wait a 3-month period if they want to file for divorce. The man, if he wants to file for divorce, he merely has to go to an imam, say, I don't want to be married to this woman anymore, and it's instant.
3 times.
Literally, it could be the same day. Yeah.
Isn't it 3 times? I've got to say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see, so just have a look and chat on that. But I don't get it. Like, how I don't understand why people. Oh, look at that! It literally come up on the thing there. Look. Why are there not words like Christianophobia, Hinduphobia? That's one of the stories I had actually. You will not believe it. Before I go on that, we've got the
Chinese
pro-Iran. We've got the
Chinese
pro-Iran hate march on Sunday, and they're not actually banning it. So, and that's like pro-Iran, pro-Ayatollah, or whatever they're called. Those idiots that like to kill their own citizens. It's actually going ahead on Sunday.
Or ayatollah, as I call them.
Careful.
Careful.
You need to flush the ayatollah.
That's brilliant. I like that one. Let me actually bring up like the heading so people, because I don't know if you realise a lot. What I do, I bring up these blooming like headings and whatever, and I go like this, and you can see the headline, because I had a lot of people in the comments after the live going, "You just make this up. Oh, you're just lying and all that." So I came on in the end, and I said to people in the chat, I said, "Do you actually want me to bring the articles up I'm referring to?" So that's why I started doing this.
That's what I'm going to be doing when I launch my channel month due. I'm going to be doing lives where I physically explore this stuff using the internet live, and people can see it there and then. Because it's one thing, you know, me seeing it and being able to say it all, but if other people can't physically see the information, they could think you're just a giant racist, you'll say anything. But it's hard to dispute facts that are in front of your face. And I think it's a really good way of, you know, tackling, you know, this left-wing ideology that every culture is equal, because I'm sorry, every culture is not equal. A culture that likes to thinks that sleeping with a 13 or a 9-year-old just because they've had their periods, that is not equal to a culture that chooses to only participate in that sort of activity if it's consensual.
Yeah.
And of course of the correct age.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there is no consent in Islam. If a woman says no, well, tough shit, the man wants it. That's the way it works. So yeah.
It's nuts. But yeah, this one says like this Sunday though, the regime will show its face on London streets yet again during the Quds Day March, an annual turnout in support of Iran. I was going to say something funny then about that when you said our toilets, but I messed up the word Iran, so I didn't even get to it. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, supporting Iran's ayatollahs, and you're just like, is this for real? Like people in this country, like any mosques that support this sort of stuff should be closed down, because you can't have this in your own country. This ain't right. Something's not right.
So the Quds, by the way, that is actually something that the Khamenei himself started in Iran. It's a festival that they have in Iran to celebrate overthrowing the oppressors. That's funny because Iran was freer before Islam than after Islam. Like if you go look at videos on YouTube of Iran during like, you know, the 60s and the 70s. Yeah, it was absolutely stunning. You know, like women were free to go, and that's why the Shah fell, because he wanted to westernize just a bit too early. The Arabs weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just I watched the last interview with Mohammed Reza Pahlavi, which is the current Shah's father. Yeah, the current Shah's father. The guy, like, if you see the look on his face when, because he understood the vision that he had for his people. And he wanted that for his people, and then seeing that being taken away from his people, you could see it in his face. He looked heartbroken. And I really hope that this whole Iran situation, that Trump gets off of the idea of just putting in another person from Islam.
Yeah.
Another person from Islam, because that's just putting a plaster on it. That's not treating the actual problem itself. We need to get the Shah back in. The Shah is pro-Western, would work with Trump, but Trump isn't so keen on it, and I don't understand why. That causes suspicion in me, if I'm honest, because that's what the Iranians are actually calling for. They're calling for the Shah to return.
Yeah, that's what they want into. They want to be westernized. They like it. Yeah, and they're all for Trump. You know, all for Trump, all for Europe. Great stuff. You know, bring in the Shah. Let him do his thing.
Well, I mean, what's really going to happen Sunday? Like, if they're going to have these flags, like it says here, for Hezbollah, Hamas, and all that. I mean, at what point do our police actually do more than just stand there and watch?
They need to be arrested because they're supporting prescribed terror groups.
Yeah, but you tell that to this government. Tell that to this government.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? They bring a law, but they don't enforce it. So what's the point in having the law in the first place?
Well, they'll enforce certain laws, ones that protect their votes. Not that it's even protecting their votes, because we saw what happened in Gorton and Denton.
Yeah, but if that 50-odd% had turned up and voted reform, I think that massive chunk of people that didn't vote, if they turned up and voted reform, the Greens wouldn't have got in. But that group that didn't vote, we know what that block of people are waiting for. They're waiting for Rupert.
Yeah,
that's what they're waiting for.
What's the usual average people non-voter turnout? Is it, you know, what's average?
It's actually quite high.
Yeah,
it's
like
actually quite high on average for not voting.
Turning out.
For turnout it's actually quite high. And I think that, again, you know, like I've said to Wizard, and I've said to a few other people that I've been on their lives, thank you for this, because this is actually encouraging people to get back into politics. Politics dictates everything in everyday life. It is so fundamental to our very existence, and the fact that people choose to actively ignore it, you don't realize the danger that that's actually putting this country in.
Yeah, if you're not in if you're not interested in politics, politics is definitely interested in you. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you listening, Wiz? But you're listening, aren't you?
Oh yes. But the thing is, like the ignorance and that laziness of Britain, that's no excuse for like what's going to happen, because they'll be like, oh, but you couldn't be bothered to go and vote. You literally could not be bothered.
I don't think it's laziness. I don't think it's laziness and ignorance. I think it's the fact that people just generally don't like talking about politics because it causes arguments. Like, if I was to talk to my mum and dad, they are hardcore reform voters. And if I was to talk to them about why are you voting reform, you should be voting restore if you actually care about this country. The amount of arguments that would cause is unbelievable. So we just don't talk about it.
Well, every time a conservative joins reform, just you know, get in touch with your parents and say, "Oh, I see another conservatives voter, you know, joined reform." So then they might start seeing it themselves and think, "Wait a minute, we're just voted in Conservatives 2.0. They've just been rebadged. They've just been painted purple. That's all, or turquoise, whatever their colour is. They get turquoise into it. Yeah, that's all that's happening." You know, they stand for exactly the same thing, if not even worse, because that Labour one who recently joined, and he is saying, "Oh yeah, we need to keep these immigrants flowing in," basically, if I remember right.
Yep. Ace, you know, you talk a lot of facts, obviously, because you're educated. Even that, look, you get Jim Nice but Dim saying like this G woman, obviously, because you can just see a G on your logo, is heavily biased. You get called biased.
Right. Do you like that dog that's on that photograph?
I did choose to ignore it because I know I'm not biased. I know what my opinion is. I have favour for the British native because we are not favoured by anyone else but ourselves. No other group favours the British native, so we have to do that for ourselves. And that's the sad fact of the matter. So
I've got a feeling he's Muslim, because he's got they talk about Muslim. He's like, oh no, but Catholics abuse women and children. Oh, what about the Catholic religion? Panic mode. Calm down, Jim Nice but Dim. But we're not talking about Catholics, are we?
Oh,
and they're not actually out like in our town centres.
Okay, can I
let
me just this whole thing about Catholics. Okay, the reason pederasty doesn't occur in the West is quite specifically down to Christianity. Period. I mean, you can Google this. The reason pederasty stopped is because of Christianity. Pederasty in the Greco-Roman time period was actually fairly common everyday practice. You can Google this. It was the Christians that turned around and said sleeping with a child or corrupting a child should be forbidden. It's the Christians that we have to thank for that. Yes, I'm not denying that there are wrong-uns everywhere. That is obvious, but it's absolute ignorance to deny the fact that the only reason paedophilia or pederasty is illegal in the West is because of Christianity.
Plus,
Fact,
we can change.
Google it.
We can change those rules, those laws, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Whereas the Quran, they can't change. The Hadiths, etc. They can't change. That's why they're still stuck back then in 7th century. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say about that guy there. Aren't the spaniels? Aren't the cocker spaniels on the list of Muslim?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
The 67 breeds are on there. Cocker spaniel, the Queen's dog, the corgi, the beagle, the pincer, the old English sheepdog. I mean, sorry, but what is dangerous about an old English sheepdog, let alone a corgi?
Yeah,
the chihuahuas on there.
It's
ridiculous.
If you want to paint your walls,
Chihuahua, that's the size of a mouse.
I've got one here.
Yeah, they go. Handbag dogs, aren't they? You put me in your handbag.
That's what I want. I want a little black chihuahua called Merlin.
Could have this one. Could have this one, Wes.
What, Grunt? How is Grunt. Little Grunt today? I haven't heard any snoring.
Yeah, I did. He's not snoring.
I laughed accidentally yesterday at a really inappropriate time. And it was actually because Grunt was snoring and that was all I could hear, and it made me laugh. I wasn't, in case anyone picked up on that, that's why I laughed. It wasn't because of what was being said.
Someone's going to notice that now you said it. They're going to go and find it and go, right, I'm going to ruin her. You're laughing at the death of baby or something.
Did I just hear a little grunt in your laugh then, Ace? Are you a grunter when you laugh?
No, I was laughing at the.
I thought when you laugh there and you breathe in, when you laugh there and you breathe in, you went like that, didn't you?
Did I? I hope not. That would be super embarrassing.
Let me see what time we're at, and then I'll go back and do some homework and find out, and then I'll let you know in the next stream. All right.
42 minutes. Please don't clip it and short it, because that would be hella embarrassing.
Yeah. We'll actually put it as embarrassing. Chris, this is what they do. They like to slowly, they do play the long game and just infiltrate slowly. And then obviously, shut you up when you say anything. But that's what they do. I mean, it was just a matter of time. But people are just going to sit around and go, no, Islam's not like that, and Muslims aren't like that, and blah, blah, blah. And then before they know it, it'll be too late.
Yeah. The reason they have to go slowly, unfortunately for them, the West is far too technologically advanced. If they tried doing it by the sword, which is the old way, we would wipe them off of the face of the planet, and they are very aware of that.
Yeah.
This whole problem or situation that Europe is experiencing started back with oh God, what's his name? I can see it. I can see his face. Arafat. Started with Arafat.
Oh yeah.
He was the one that said, the one that started the PLO. He was the one that said that our women's wombs are our greatest weapon, and we will infiltrate the West through three means: through migration, through our women's wombs, and through their law systems. They'll use our own law systems against us. And you can there's videos on YouTube of this speech that he made via the PLO back when it was the PLO. So yeah. Sorry,
I'm not dim, but you've got
Jim, what exactly am I full of apart from education, which is what you're clearly lacking?
I know,
Given-
that's why I say that you're coming across as dim, mate. So I thought I'd put that on. You know, you got to reread what you're writing. Look,
I'm
what does
imagining
G
that.
think about domestic violence? What, you think she's going to go? Oh, it's marvelous, mate. It's marvelous. Is that what you're hoping for? So you can get a reaction? Come on, G, tell us. What do you think
Probably.
of domestic violence? That's what your name is now, G. Sorry.
Insults. Insults of what? Sorry.
What,
Well,
I'm just
Perkins will call him
responding
Jim
to
Nice but dim.
verbally via the chat
Harry
instead of
Enfield, that
typing it all.
was. But I'm trying to catch up with the chat. I'm trying to go through, but
Will is Paul, lad. Got a new name.
oh, he's back.
Paul,
No, we're not. We're
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
Islam and the hate law and the fact that
We're
they're going to
slagging
take
off
over.
another video.
They're going to infiltrate absolutely everywhere. Even our Boy Scouts. Even our Boy Scouts. I mean, who wants an Islamophobia Awareness Month badge? I mean, I remember
Not
I used to
me.
do have to whittle and make a blooming tent peg or something.
Telling
They're
you
telling
now.
me we've got to learn about Islam. It's pathetic.
I'm telling you now, his avatar is actually saying armchair chaos. That's what his avatar is saying. This is just armchair chaos. That's what he's doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, can you remember
Keyboard warrior.
Tasmanian? Yeah, the Tasmanian devil on Warner Brothers, like this, and it used to wreck everything in its path. Yeah. So you've got a Tasmanian devil sat in an armchair. You know what I mean? We can see straight through you, Paul. So you know, sure.
He thinks Muslims will rule the world. Good luck with that. That ain't gonna happen. That would never happen. Like literally, there'd be like civil wars and all sorts. So yeah, we're not all going to start going. Go on.
The third crusades would occur if Islam got to that position. That's almost undisputable.
Sure. Not you, dog. Snoring again. Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't laughing.
I just said shut up, like, and you were talking. Sorry about that.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, yeah.
No, you're right, bud.
So I was talking to him. Yeah.
But did you want to pull up the gov.uk link so you can actually see it? I don't know if you've had the
it didn't
opportunity
come
to
up
read
on
it.
the chat. I was looking for it.
Oh, let me check it in again. Hang on.
Yeah, if you could. This
They
G
might
woman
be
is
getting
full of it.
censored.
Full of what?
They
Full
might
of
be
Rice
getting
Krispies?
censored again. You know, your links, they might be getting censored today, whereas the other day they weren't. For some reason, I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be something like that.
Be a bug on YouTube or something.
I did just post it in there. Can you see it?
Give it a mo.
Nope.
It was between Nosy Poke and Poor Lad 7. It was between those two messages.
Can't see
No,
anything.
it's not. It's blank.
Oh, if you type in
was it
W,
gov.uk?
Try put it into StreamYard's chat instead. See if that
oh
works.
yeah, that's a good way. Didn't think of doing that. Good
Well,
one,
you see,
yeah.
this is why I'm on Spectrum, Ducky.
There you go. Do you know
There,
what? I
it's
think
good
I'm
now.
actually
better.
all ADHD myself. So
Yeah.
I've got one of those brains that seems to hold every piece of information that I read. I don't forget much. I'm very good at pulling apart something with lots of moving pieces and being able to keep track of all the moving pieces.
How many
and
technical
then
Lego
put it all
sets
back
have you got?
together again. So
How many technical
Say
Lego
again.
sets have you got? How many technical Lego sets have you got? I used to make fair rides out of technical Lego.
I don't as an adult, but I do a hell of a lot of gaming, and most of the jobs that I've held have been very technical positions.
I see.
I'm just good with understanding like stuff that's quite difficult to understand. So
I
but
don't know
we've
if
all
you
got our
noticed.
strengths.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't-
understand anything social. You know, facial
Right.
cues, don't
got
get
you.
them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just keep smiling all the time. Okay. I'll just keep, then you know that I'm just smiling. All right.
That's
I
weird.
don't know
'Cause
if
I'm
you
actually
noticed
the
or not.
opposite.
Yeah.
Like, I don't do games and all that. I could do whatever on here, but I don't do gaming and all that. But I did like when I originally went absolute like downhill with depression, I sat and I was watching videos galore, everything to do with body language, micro expressions, macro expressions, and literally like I can literally stand next to someone, I just know they're lying. It's really weird. But yeah, I'm more about the actual people, because I think like I said to you yesterday, like how I've been treated in life, I was more interested in actually understanding people, because then I will know, one, if they're lying, and two, they could potentially hurt me, so I could read it before it happens and protect myself. So I was more down that line. But yeah. Interesting.
I don't know if you noticed or
Weird.
not, but it's a big thing for me. I fixed my first television in 6 years today. I don't mean
wow.
I'm no good at. I don't mean I'm no good at fixing televisions. I mean that I've not been mentally capable enough just to concentrate long enough in which to repair something. And I've done it today, the first one in 6 years. So I even went out and
Well
got
done,
the parts
Chief.
for it yesterday.
Yeah, well
even
done.
went out, got the parts yesterday. Like, enjoyed the run out and then fixed them, and it works. I rung him up.
Was
and said,
it was it one of those old-fashioned ones? You know, the ones with the big boxes on the back, or was it?
Well, a CRT one. Yeah, I fixed CRT ones, but no, it was a flat screen. I can actually take the LEDs out the back of the out of these, LCD TVs, and I can repair the actual individual LEDs. Which is quite good, really, because not many people do that. They actually order the entire strip, and the entire strip of LEDs is something like 25 quid. Yeah, I can replace individual LEDs on that for 25 pence.
Would you just solder on a new one? I don't
Just
know
solder
how
a new
all of
one
that
on.
works.
Yeah, I'll just solder a new one on. Yeah, with a heat gun. Yeah, which I bought but never used. It's just been sat in box. I opened it, smelt its newness. You know what I do, and then just put it back in box again, and then never bothered. But yeah,
You have to change your name to Teletubby.
That's why my name's Electro Dog, you gonk womble, because I used to own me own.
Teletubby sounds better. Ace, come on, Ace. Try focus on the problems here and not targeting Muslims.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I should be focusing more on the problems. My bad.
Yeah, that's weird, because my black screen is starting to look grey, and I'm like, yeah, she's lowered the tone.
I tell you what, Jim. Why don't you hop on chat and come on the live and show some balls and get on board with actually facing this problem? Because all you're doing at the moment is being shitty in comments, which come and face me like a man.
Yeah.
Oh no! Don't call him out being a man. You're assuming his pronouns. Come on.
Oh yeah, sorry. Come and face me like a Jim. There we go.
come and face
there you
us
go,
like
Jim. There's a link. Anyone else if you want it? There's a link. If you're man enough, Jim. Jim, nice, but
yeah, if you're man enough.
Come and face her like the dog that your avatar presumes that you are, or emanates what you are.
Well said, Oscar Boxer 1. That's the name. Oscar Boxer 1. I'll have to call you Oscar for sure. Targeting Islam, Jim, not Muslims. That's exactly
correct.
That's what
that's why we were talking about the anti-Muslim hostility.
It's on screen. Definition.
Common law that's been brought in today. Yeah. I actually thought it was supposed to come out yesterday, because they actually said it was supposed to come out yesterday, but maybe there was a delay in the release. Yeah. They mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, and I've been literally waiting for the day so I could read it, because a lot of my content is going to be covering Islam, and I wanted to sort of, before I go ahead and do that, make sure that I'm not going to put myself in a difficult position. So yeah, I thought it was supposed to come out yesterday, but it came out today for some reason. Maybe there was a delay in the definition.
Yes.
You actually look more intelligent than me. I thought it was about another week or two. I don't know why I thought that, because when you said it yesterday, I was looking it up and like, no, it's not. Like, I thought, what? I was all confused. I was like, hang on a minute. But obviously, you were a hell of a lot closer to it than I was. But
well,
Paul,
you might not have been able to find it, because the original terming was Islamophobia, and they had so much pressure applied to them about the term Islamophobia. It was changed to anti-Muslim, so that might have been why you couldn't find it.
Word
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh well, that was
And
my
then
bad. Oh well,
the
that was
cyberpunk-
me being whiz but dim.
The cyberpunk dingo as well. He reiterated what I mentioned yesterday about all this propaganda coming out from Gaza and stuff. He's reiterated on that today, this morning, as I watched that. And I thought, yes, you see, I'm right again.
The whole
Yeah.
situation with Gaza, they're starving the Gazans. The Israelis are starving the Gazans. No, they're not actually. The Israelis are the ones feeding the Gazans. There's proof of it.
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've seen the
it's all,
videos where
Literal
any
video proof all over YouTube.
anywhere
And
under
all-
Islam is
Yeah, it's
getting
all,
anywhere under Israel is getting all the aid. Anywhere that's actually under like Hamas and that, they're like starving because they just keeping it and they won't even deliver it. I think they want 100% control, no EU involvement or UE or whatever.
It's not that they won't deliver it. What they're doing is they're stealing the aid, and then they are reselling the aid on the black market for like 4, 5, 6 times the price. So
correct. Yeah.
A £1 bag of sugar would end up costing £10.
Yeah.
A £2 bag of flour would end up costing £20. Obviously, it wouldn't be
but
pounds,
I know
it would
why
be their currency, but
I know
that's
exactly
why they were starving, because of Hamas.
But
not
flour
because of
was £1. The flour was £1, and it's £20 now because it was self-raising.
Israel.
Sorry, I had to say that.
Cracking out the dad jokes today.
I am. Well, I got the dad bod and what was the dad jokes, but what I was going to say, this Paul, like, I will get someone to ban you for life soon, but you say like it's been ignored and it's not being talked about. Grooming gangs, it's absolutely everywhere. I mean, it's been opened up. There were people trying to keep stuff quiet, but it wasn't people like me, Ace, and Electrodoc. If we knew about it, we'd have been talking about it. But there's more to it than that, and other people keeping it stum for whatever reason. Of course, as soon as it's linked, then you people like Rupert Lowe, they've jumped on it, and they're going nuts.
It wasn't in public knowledge at all.
Exactly. So to say
if it was, ignored, you can guarantee
rubbish.
We'd all be talking about it like we are now.
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes the BBC, and they're the biggest white grooming gang to ever have
the
existed.
British Bashing Corporation.
Yeah, nobody likes them, mate. What you on about? We call them out as soon as we find out, or as soon as it happens. But that's the difference between white folk and Islamists. They don't call it out, and this is the issue. This is why there's so many, little BBC chuffing nonce people out there who are actually, Islamists, etc. So
I'm waiting for, when the inquiry is fully up and running. I say fully up and running, but more established, as in it's got more evidence to display to the public of the danger. What we're probably then going to end up seeing is a knock-on effect in Europe, and we're going to see the exact same exposure happening in Europe because they've also been silenced. The police in Germany was explicitly told not to record crimes of a sexual nature. And you can Google that. Yeah, in Germany. This has all recently come out. This is not... it's not like we've known for like the last 5 years and everyone's chosen not to talk about it. No one knew it was happening. Or if they did know, they were silenced through fear. So
yeah, I mean, they've even hidden it in another way, haven't they? In Germany, I think it is. Or is it Norway? Something like that. Anyway, Andrew Gold, he ended up interviewing one of them. And they were
on Heretics,
yeah, they were a full-on like kiddie fiddler, and they were allowed to look after kids. Take them swimming and stuff. This is your woke agenda for you. Oh yeah, but he didn't mean it. It's just a minor attractive person. What the? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like trying to normalize PDF
completely.
Behavior. No, thank you.
Even giving it another label such as minor attractive person. I mean, that sounds like me. I'm semi-attractive, I suppose. So I'm minor attractive, but I'm not. No, I don't mean that. I just mean, I'm not maximally attractive. You know,
Oh,
but
I
at
get
least,
what you're saying.
yeah. You know what I
But
mean. But it's basically putting a
total,
label on
yeah,
it
no,
like that.
dude, there's total need for clarification with, you know, some of the dipsticks that are online these days. So total
Right,
need
yeah.
for reclarification. I
I
understand that.
had to do that.
I hope
Yeah,
Paul never ever goes to a protest in his life. He's literally just called them all abusers. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's the people
Sorry,
in the hotel.
who's all abusers?
This Paul has saying that it's like all those outside the hotels, those protesters, etc., are abusers. It's like, no, it's the people in the hotels. The people outside are actually worried about the people on the inside. I mean, this bloke, he must be a Muslim. I mean, he's got to have
Muslim or a full-on lefty, mate.
his brother and
Yeah,
sister
most
must be his
likely a
mum and dad.
lefty.
Got an IQ about 10.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Like this, like you need to look in the mirror. I mean, is there any mods in there that could ban him because he's getting right up my
Phil?
nose? I've never heard so
Phil?
much crap.
I think there's Phil.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean,
What are you ready for a ban or a 24-hour timeout? Are you ready
no, not
for a ban
24
or
hours. For life, mate, just ban him, full stop. Like,
ban?
not dealing with. You can't educate stupid.
No, you
You
can't.
literally tell him the grass is green. They say no, it's black.
Yeah. At least you're getting plenty of warnings. You have plenty.
His mum is his
plenty of
sister,
warnings.
and his brother is his dad. I swear, he's got an IQ of about 10.
Yeah, at least
This
not
is the
like the
sort of bloke that-
Vindicator.
When he was at
You know,
school, and the teacher said, "No, 1 + 1 is not 3," he was like, "Yeah, it is."
Yeah.
No, it's,
No,
yeah, it
he was
is.
like 1 + 1 = a window.
Yeah. Actually, in binary, Actually, in binary, 1 1 is actually 3. Believe it or not. I'm just showing off my
plus sign
electronics
gives it
knowledge now. Yeah, plus, yeah.
I just don't get how some people think. I don't get it. It's people like him that are the problem, because they want to turn it all onto like this, that, and everything else.
Yeah.
But then it's them.
They're very quick to take offense, but they're not very quick to admit what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
That's what I tend to find with the left. Like they're very everything that we've done wrong, you know, oh, there's some reason why that occurred with the left. There's some reason why they've done these things, and we need to be more empathetic about suicidal empathy is going to kill this country.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's suicidal empathy.
Just because they're not proud of England, and then they're dragging us down with it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What
What
I was wondering is, go on, Wiz.
Sorry, I just want to tell Phil, the name tags, look, when I take this down, look, they appear. When I put something up on screen, you'll see, look, they disappear.
Yeah.
So they are there, mate. It's just that because I'm going through messages and like got yours up on screen now, the actual names disappear. As soon as it's gone, look, they come up. So just so you know how it works, mate. And Jim, what a woman you are. Yeah, well, she is. Obviously, she's a woman. What are you on about? Give up crap. I'll just put the link in again, but you don't want to come up. Where's Paul? Come up. Jim, come up. Like
I've probably had more women than him as well.
Yeah. Probably better looking women as well, I expect. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't get these people. They say all that in there. They talk absolute rubbish. They have literally no argument. It's keyboard warrior syndrome. And then like yourself, Ace, and like now with me with Jim. So like just there's a link there. Look, I'll put it up again for you. Look, no excuses. There it is. There's the link. Come up and say what do you want to say? Come up and say it. Yes, Islam is the fire. Yes.
It's the same as Paul Thorpe. He said, right, whoever's got a problem with me, like, you know, come up and have your say. He kept putting link up. He even had it in his title, kind of, you know, his description of the video, and that is StreamYard's link. Nobody came up. It was just all supporters that come up, you know. Yeah, just like that.
But I don't know everything, no, and I haven't done everything, so that just proves that you're full of crap. But you know, otherwise I'm gonna have to go into my other screen, which is above my laptop. I'll have to go into that, and then I've got to open up YouTube, and then I've got to go into ban you myself because you're talking crap. Say about anything, but as soon as you want to get personal or whatever, that's it. I'm not interested because there's no need for that. So,
Yeah.
right, we've got this up on the screen. Ace, where are we going with this? The definition of anti-Muslim. Where is there anything in particular, or are we just going to go through it? Or
Oh yeah, it's just that I noticed that you had something on the screen, and I thought maybe actually looking at the actual definition itself might be a bit more helpful. It does further down the bottom literally state that Islam is still open to criticism. It actually states it further down the bottom, but I just read through the if you go back up to the top where the contents is, I think it had the definition. Yeah, I think I've got a bit of lag on my screen.
right, yeah.
And it defines it. It's a bit wordy, and it's a little bit misleading, but it does state that when talking about Islam in regards of political debate or public, raising public concern, that conversation is still protected. So
I'll say, because I love watching Apostate Prophet and Dr. David Wood when they do their debates, and IP. They're good.
yeah,
And
I love
and
David
Muslims
Wood.
and-
He's hilarious.
They literally destroy them, don't they? And they always go away, and everyone's like, "Yes, the Muslim one. Yes, you done us proud, brother." And you're like, "You got absolutely mullered, mate. You got that mullered. You became a yogurt." You know what I mean? It's like, wow, they're on a different wavelength, aren't they?
Yeah,
Right.
every time I hear Allahu Akbar, all I can now hear, because of David Wood, and I've changed this myself, is Allahu Akbar.
Elsa, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Allahu
chums.
Akbar.
Yeah.
Every time I
It's
hear,
the
Tim,
Jews!
you're a Muslim, are you? Why have you got a picture of a dog for your
It's
profile
the
photo if you're a
Jews.
Muslim? Because the Quran states that dogs are dirty and are possessed by devils.
you've got to kill them, especially black dogs.
Yeah, black dogs
But-
with white markings
Who
or
said
white
that?
spots.
Muslim. I'm so far.
Jim.
Jim. Oh, never a guess, mate, with the amount of rubbish coming out of your mouth. Never would have guessed it. I was right, when I said your brother and your sister is your mum and your dad. I was right.
Look at
I was
that little
actually right.
face. Oh, he's so
I know.
cute.
See, he could have been called Merlin and lived in my house. But no, he's stuck there with Electrodoc, the poor thing.
It's an attack dog from wish.com. Got no teeth. Keeps pulling them out. It's got opposite buzz eyed, so actually that's a plus point for a guard dog, you see, because he can keep an eye on the front door and the back door at the same time.
Yep.
So-
Paul, I'll put the link in there. Come up and talk then. Jim, the link's there. Come up and talk. You've probably got some excuse. Have you got a sore throat or a headache?
Are you an actual dog?
Who knows?
Or an headache?
Maybe you're like Mohammed and you're illiterate. You can't read or write. So you literally, oh, well, you can write, can't you? You're putting posts up. Oh, shut up on that one. I don't know where I was going. I made myself look stupid there, didn't I? Can't write. Yeah, I'm posting that here, mate. I'm actually replying.
For Mark,
Yeah.
in regards to saying I'm buggered, I've got a rotty. I don't think this ban on the 67 girls is 60. I've just read who's this girl come up, and then I said ban on 67 girls. I don't think this ruling with the 67 dogs is going to get through because the all of the organizations that are around animal welfare, there are actually breeds that are specifically protected in this country that aren't protected anywhere else, and that could put those dogs at risk, and that's going to cause a massive uprising in the animal don't know what the right wording
Animal
would be.
kingdom,
the animal
mate. The whole
charities,
kingdom.
yeah. Well, the people that fight for animal rights, basically.
I think animals have got more rights in this country than what we have.
Mate, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for the animal kingdom because they've got to live with humanity's insanity.
There you go.
Yeah. And Oscar said, like, she's a warrior. Literally just a couple down. It goes, Paul is a ship's anchor. It's so funny that they're so close together. Like, oh, mate. But they don't seem to want to come up. I keep looking, but no one's coming up. So, but if that's the case, if it's Paul, if that's the case that you're not like man enough like actually come up and talk, then I'm probably just gonna load up the other YouTube page and ban you, because you do come here for attention, like they say. It's like, oh, it's all about me, and I want you just said that, so I've got to say the opposite.
Professional aggravators.
Yeah.
What's Blessed down below on about? Where's the flip flopper? That's that bloke. That's Idi Amin, isn't it? That bloke. That who his avatar is on Blessed down below, and is that Idi Amin?
Oh, he says that about Mo. He says that about Mo. Calls him flip flopper.
Why?
Oh, it's just a little running joke that they have.
Oh, I see.
So, but yeah, we understand people. We're talking about Islam and obviously the so-called anti-Muslim hostility, rule, rubbish, and hate or whatever. We're not talking about Muslims, but you know, they are the grass that hides the snake. To be fair, so. Oh no, Islam. If Islam doesn't like corgis, Nikki, they take over. Don't matter what the Queen wants or even the King. You know, bow to Islam. It's what they say.
None of this would be happening if the Queen was still here. They would not have bloody balls to. Not if the Queen was still here. The only reason any of this is happening is because of Charles.
Yeah, but surely Charles were brought up with corgis. Why has he got such a thing against corgis?
I mean, because Charles is sympathetic to Islam.
Oh,
He's actively been learning Arabic to read the Quran. So, yeah, they think that their behavior is more acceptable because the monarch is lenient, to put it that way.
Yeah, you're right, Robert. I was going to do a video. I don't know why I didn't. I think something else come up, but yeah, it's a case of Australia. I think it was. They actually have people paid $100 an hour, and they get paid to obviously go protest. And I was going to look up because I swear that happens in this country as well, but I couldn't find.
It's
actually
odd how they've all got the same signs, isn't it?
Yeah.
All of the signs are the same all around the world. The signs are the same. Yeah. The message is the same. The chants are the same.
Yeah. It's apparently funded by Soros or his son. His son's got this little game that he wants to play, you know, with all the plebs, if you like, of the planet. You know, and do I keep hearing a lie to click on your channel, by the way, Ace? I nearly called you G.
Yeah, I am a dirty smoker. It's a disgusting habit. I need to quit.
Yeah,
but yeah, I was having a cigarette.
Yeah.
That's what gave me a heart attack. Smoking.
I turned to this,
dude. I'm doing really well with cutting down. It's just there's certain points in the day that I really struggle with, like the first one when you wake up or when you've just eaten.
Yeah,
I find the cigarette after food is the one I really struggle with.
What I find with my vape is getting the right flavor. Yeah, getting one that doesn't make you cough, getting one that you like the taste of. Whatever you do, if you're thinking about, I mean, it's a cleaner habit. Getting the one that's not citrus, because if you get one that smells like orange, honestly, your ass will smell like cat piss. Yeah, don't bother with the citrus ones. Yeah, don't bother with the citrus ones. What I'm on at the moment is Eisenberg, and it's just right for me. I was smoking 30 grams every 2 days. Yeah, I'm now, well, I've only actually used one of these in the last 3 days. So that's £2.99 in 3 days. That's not bad. And normally that would have cost me nearly 30 quid, 35 quid maybe. Yeah, and a pouch and a half of tobacco. Because one pouch of 30 gram tobacco is now £25. You know.
Not for me, it's not. I pay £16 for 50 grams, but that's because the local vape shop sells under the counter baccy.
Oh, right, I've got you. Yeah,
you've got to be careful. Put them in the food.
You used to make me cough like hell. That under counter stuff. No matter what I got, you know, I had to even have a certain brand which was oh crikey, it's been that long now.
Oh, this one's Golden Virginia. It's even got English writing in the old green package.
Yeah. Well, see, that's quite mild, really. Golden Virginia. I had Pall Mall tobacco, I was smoking that. But yeah, anything that I tried, you know, I'd either go off the taste after a while, and then want to swap to something else. You know, I tried blackjack for a while. I quite like that, but then changed to this Eisenberg, and I haven't looked back. You know, yeah, it's the blue one. It's like a very, very light menthol blueberry mixture of blue stuff.
That sounds nice. Yeah.
But it does the job. You know, I don't even think about fags anymore. You know, I'm constantly vaping because I'm an idiot. But yeah, never mind.
I did vape for a while. I had one of the style vapes that you've got, the ones with the big tank and the giant battery.
Yeah.
And I found that I started vaping more than what I was smoking. And
Well,
then
I
when I was on the way to work one day and I bought a Red Bull on the way to work, went to get the bus to go to work, put my Red Bull in my bag because I was getting, you know, on the bus and everything.
Yeah.
The can was closed, but there was a slight hole in the part where you ring, you know, you pull the ring open to drink it. Yeah, the ring pull. And before I knew it, my entire bag was flooded with Red Bull, and my vape just stopped working. And I went back to smoking, and I'm now smoking more than I was before.
You will do,
So,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Bruce
They never go out.
then.
Yeah,
That
they never go
vape
out.
just grew some wings and flew off.
Yes, well, you know, we're yeah. Well, I mean, we don't condone vaping. We don't condone anybody who's not addicted to nicotine to try any kind of nicotine product. You don't really need nicotine, right? It makes you feel all right for the first week, and then that's it. It's got you for life.
If I could give any advice to anyone who thinks that smoking, you know, might be for them, save your money, go and spend it on something else, because you might as well just roll up a £10 note and smoke that.
Yeah.
It'd probably taste nicer as well, and your clothes wouldn't stink.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I really wish I hadn't started, but
don't we all? Yeah, don't we? I bet Wiz does as well. Wiz, what do you think smoking now? Well, not now, but you know, even when you were smoking, what did you think?
Do you think anything, mate? I just done it. It's just not here or there.
Didn't you light one up and think to yourself, ever, I wish I never started?
Yeah, I didn't even start till I was about 19 or something. Is when I stopped being a lifeguard. Then
I was a lifeguard. Did you do your NPLQ?
Yeah, that was it. I had pool lifeguard bronze. It was.
Yeah, so we've got someone here. It's Pounds here. How are you, Pounds here? You're all right, young man. Popcorn lung was a thing, yes, but it's no longer a thing. It's because in Chinese vapes they were putting a vitamin, and I think it was vitamin K or vitamin something. They were putting that as an additive into it, and that's what was giving people popcorn lung. So
yeah,
you know,
the popcorn lung also.
If you smoke weed, then have a look at your water in your bong or whatever you're using. Have a look at your water, and you'll see exactly what the inside of your lungs are going to look like. Yeah. There you go. I mean, you can actually suck this through a tissue. You can suck this through a tissue. There's no residue or anything. In fact, if you blow it on your hand, you can feel it's just water. There's water vapor. It's steam, basically. It's as unhealthy at the moment. It's as unhealthy for you as a boiling kettle. So there you go.
Yeah, with vaping, if you're gonna vape, you're better off smoking the higher VG content than the PG. The polyglycerol is a synthetic, vegetable glycerol is natural, so synthetic means man-made.
Yeah.
It says here, e-cigarettes don't cause the lung condition known as popcorn.
No, they don't. Correct.
It's diacetyl, which is not in e-cigarettes in the UK and the EU, but remains a concern in some US products.
Thank you, Wiz. Yes, correct. Whereas, you know, they kept having this video keep popping up on Facebook every now and again. And when you go to the actual source, which is on YouTube, you can see it's from 5 or 6 years ago. The video is. So I always bring people up on that. Yeah, that's when they were adding this this particular chemical into vape oil, in especially the Chinese imports and stuff. And I think it was some kind of vitamin or something that they were adding to it, and that did give you popcorn lung, which was terrible. I've never had a problem, you know. So as I say, except when I didn't have the right kind of vape oil for me, which made me cough a bit. but I've never, you know, brought up any phlegm or anything like that, even when I've had a cold. Not that I have had a cold for a while. I've had a bit of a cough since coming back from Benidorm, but that's to be expected. Change of weather and everything, you know, that's given me a bit of a cough, but that's going away now. So, yeah.
Yeah, King Arthur. Yeah, that's what we need. But then, if William becomes king, he'll have to pay me up because every decent king needs a wizard. Surely, I've seen Merlin. I've seen it.
There you go. Seen the
I'm not
Disney
particularly
film.
keen on William becoming king either, to be honest with you.
No.
And the reason for that,
For that
he
reason,
actively, well, no, William has actively stated he doesn't want to be head of the British Church. Well, sorry, you don't get a choice in that. It's your family that set that church up.
In the country.
delay. There must be still a delay because I put that on the screen and went because of that, and literally Nelly said that.
Yeah, I've got a delay on mine, I think. So,
But yeah, that's worrying. I mean, wow, you know, supposed to be defender of the faith or faiths or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's shocking.
Faith.
That's shocking that. But right, let's see what's. Yeah, so hit British umbrella. The king is supposed to be defender of the Christian faith, not the Islamic one. Yeah.
Yeah. Is now the defender of the faiths for some unknown freaking reason because he's an idiot, jug-eared prat. And I imagine it's the cousin line that's like probably screwed with his brain, same as other cousin people out there who like getting it on with the first cousins. Anyway,
it's just wrong. I don't know why it's not illegal. I really don't get it.
it's not legal.
We know that
because Labour government.
But it's never been illegal in this country. It should be. We've known for decades the genetic implications of first cousin, second cousin marriages.
Yeah,
we've known that for decades.
Yeah. I suppose it's frowned upon. Yeah, I'm unsure.
Yeah, Mark, I meant the Church of England, buddy, not the British Church. I don't know why I said that. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we had one earlier. It said nicotine is good for you. That's why they've banned the crop or something. Well, 51st Dates comes around here, right? And he seems to reckon that he smokes because, you know, the nicotine, it kills the nanobots that's been injected into you that by Bill Gates. And then they're actually activated by 5G towers. You know, so that's why
they don't need to put it in vaccines. They really don't need to put it in vaccines.
No. It kills the nanobots in the vaccines. But Bill Gates.
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't even need to put it in vaccines. It's nanotechnology. You know those planes that go over and spray crop fields? All they got to do is put it in one of those. They don't even need to put it in vaccines. So and you'd breathe it in. So
well, yeah, but then 51st Dates, you see, he would 51st Dates is my mate who comes round every now and again, right? It's based on the Ben Stiller rom-com called 51st Dates, because as soon as he goes out my door, he's had a brain injury. So as soon as he goes out the door, he forgets everything that we've talked about, and then the next week he comes round and it's forgotten. So it resets the conversation, which is actually quite good because I've got a rebuttal for every single conspiracy theory near enough, because I have to keep putting him back on straight and narrow every week.
Have you got any rebuttals for the 9/11? Because I genuinely, you know, I have tried to not see that as a giant red herring.
My physics logic tells me that the same as what the scientists have said. You know, the steel beams melted, and that made it like collapse like a what do you call them, an accordion. Made them collapse like an accordion, because obviously you've got such a tonnage on the top, right? And then when the metal beams melted because of air going up like a chimney pot, you know, when you take your draft off your chimney so as you can light your coals on your fire, right? And you can hear it roaring up the chimney. Yeah. You can actually do it at home if you've got a metal drain pipe. If you get a bit of what is it, newspaper, get some newspaper, scrunch it, or some paper, scrunch it up, put it up onto your drain pipe and then set light to it and see what happens. Yeah, because the air is funneled up the tunnel. Yeah, and because the air's getting hot because of the fire, that makes it whoosh up the drain pipe, and you'll be lucky if it doesn't melt your drain pipe off the wall. You know, actually melt a cast iron drain pipe or what have you because of the temperatures that it gets up to. So it's the same kind of thing as that. If you understand what I mean, like a chimney pot, if you imagine it as a chimney. So you've got your air rushing in at the bottom, you know, and then that'd feed the fire. The fire gets hot, so hot air rises, so that'd pull even more air in, you know, that then basically makes a furnace in the center of the 9/11 towers, you know, in the center of the Twin Towers. That's why they, you know, just basically.
What would the fuel be for that though?
Well, jet fuel.
What would be the what? Yeah, but that's not going to take long to
Kerosene.
burn off.
It would be kerosene specifically, and kerosene has a
like
very
paraffin.
high.
Yeah,
It reaches some pretty high temperatures.
yeah, it's like paraffin kind of thing, you know. Yeah, and then if you heat it up, it's more combustible. I know that from having a paraffin lamp for a weed destroyer that my dad used to do when he used to rotivate. He used to rotivate gardens, and then he used to go over with this big paraffin burner thing, you see, similar to them that they use on the on roads, foot tarmac. Yeah, only this one's paraffin based. So you've got a coil at the front, so the fire that you set inside it, it makes the paraffin hotter. So it then gets up to ignite, because it gets so hot, it actually ignites like petrol. You know what I mean? So like this, it sounds like a big jet engine going off, and it's only paraffin. And normally, if you just soak paper in paraffin, it's really, really slow, you know, to combust. But heated up, it is different. It is much different. It changes its properties to more of a petrol. So there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do fire spinning during the summer when it's warm enough to. And you use paraffin on kerosene on Kevlar wicks.
Right, yeah, but then to spit on it, you use corn flour.
What, to spit fire? No,
Yeah.
you drink a bunch of milk first in case any goes down the back of your throat because it lines your stomach.
Yeah.
You will take in the paraffin into your mouth, and then you make a teeny tiny hole, and then you try and produce a spray with your mouth through your breath.
Right.
And then you would
Where
light it.
Where have you learned how to do this? On TikTok? Is it, what?
No, it's self-taught from the rave scene. I used to be a raver growing up.
Yeah, no, I don't think paraffin in your mouth is you'll end up with mouth ulcers.
100%. 100% you use paraffin.
I've heard it's flour.
I've done fire breathing.
Flour. Try corn flour instead. I think you might find that's a lot safer.
You can't set fire to corn flour.
Oh yeah. We go. This is why you know, flour mills and stuff like that go up with such an explosion because of the air, because the air distance between the flour, which is flammable. Yeah, the air distance actually makes it go up like petrol. Yeah, so I'd think about trying that instead. You know, obviously, you know, coat your mouth again with milk, and then just.
I very rarely do fire breathing because I just genuinely don't like the taste of paraffin.
Exactly.
I prefer to do fire spinning over breathing. Everyone I've ever known who's done fire breathing has only ever used paraffin, and you only take in a small quantity. But when you blow it out, you're blowing out a mist, not a stream like a spraying a water gun or something.
Yeah, this is also the same with what's name.
Thanks to Shake Google. It says basically it's non-toxic and non-flammable, reducing the risk of blowback. In summary, paraffin is generally considered safer for fire breathing, fire flashpoint, and non-flammability, while corn flour can be used but requires careful handling.
Oh right, okay. There you go. I
was wrong. That.
No, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that about corn flour.
Yeah,
cornstarch they call it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've got some.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, it's dead cheap as well. You know, I mean, you can get like a kilogram for about £1.
It says less flammable than paraffin and can be used in a homemade torch.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But yeah, paraffin lamp oil is highly refined and has a higher flash point, making it safer for fire breathing.
Right.
It's preferred for beginners due to its longer burn duration and lower burn temperature. So there you go.
Right.
Shake
There you
Google
go,
to the rescue.
Yeah.
Pouncy, they still go around door to door. I had a Jehovah Witness. I love it. I'm like, yes, bring it on. Have a challenge. But the thing that bugs me about that is I think is it the Archangel Gabriel? Michael. They think that's Jesus or something. I'm like, really? And obviously not allowed blood transfusions, even though they take their kids to hospital, which is a bit weird.
Yeah. I had a knock at my door the other day, you know. They said, excuse me, sir, we need to come in and investigate how much dust you've got on the top of your skirting boards and how much dust you've got laying around on your carpet. I thought, oh, that's all I need, a Jehovah's Witness. A Jehovah's Witness.
Is it your time for dad jokes now, is it?
That's from Tim Vine, that one is like Tim Vine, is funny.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that it's actually the other Vine. What's his name? The what they called him a bike nonce that time. What's his name? Jeremy Vine. It's his brother. His brother
Jeremy Vine. Yeah.
His brother did the Joker-thon, and that was the most one-liners told in 1 hour. So I've learned them from that, you know. Jeremy Vine, yeah. But Tim Vine, yeah, very funny. It was also in what was that called? Not Going Out. It were in that. What they call it, comedy, you know, sitcom. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. A sitcom called Not Going Out with Lee Mack. Very funny. Very, very funny. Full of one-liners.
Can't go wrong with a one-liner.
Yeah.
That's why I say, Elzut Hu Akbar!
I mean, one-liners, you just roll up the £20 note and sniff, don't you?
Yes. Better
All
try
that,
dual liner.
Julang wants to know how old you are. So you don't sound old enough for the rave scene. I think there's a compliment in there.
I'm 41, so definitely old enough for the rave scene.
Yep. 2000 bird. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be old enough then.
In 2000.
Yeah. That's when it got to its peak. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Yeah. I used to do some part-time DJing as well. So I used to do some of them in nightclub.
Do you know who the Tidy Boys are?
Who the who?
The Tidy Boys. I was into mostly hard house and techno and acid techno.
Yeah, I like me progressive, but we were forced to listen to disco really, which were just like you know your commercial dance stuff. Yeah, but I do like me progressive. In fact, I've got High's Milch radio tuned in, and I love that. That's got progressive German house, which is oof.
Yeah, I love the Germans for music. Ben Bomer is probably one of my favorite German DJs.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
He's brilliant.
Yeah.
How random.
Well, you used to be
about this vaccine, and you're talking about all of this.
Go on then. Yeah. Well, you know.
I bet
Let's get back on. We're not dealing with the problem.
No,
come on, guys. We need to get back on the problem.
I just want to say, in essence, because what you said, Richard, that you must be right. That's why you must like the Tidy Boys, because they're probably the Jehovah Witnesses.
Yeah, you did get it.
How about this for a name? The dog's nuts. I'm not saying.
My gaffer used to have one called Scolob's God, right? Which is actually dog's bollocks backwards. He called it Scolob's God. But it's all over the internet. You know, you'll be lucky if you can get that as a username anyway. Scolob's God.
British and proud. Don't have the vaccine. Simple. I never. Luckily.
No, I didn't. I'm a pure blood. Yeah.
So, I have varying opinions about vaccines. Some vaccines are actually vital. There's a reason we don't have polio in this country anymore.
Yeah.
Vaccines that use dead versions of the thing that you're trying to vaccinate against are relatively safe. In fact, they are safe because the thing that they're exposing you to help your immune system build antibodies is already dead. However, with things like COVID, they were using live as opposed to dead, and that is where the danger comes in. Yeah.
No, many people, including me. I mean, both my mum and my stepdad both got colon cancer. I mean, luckily they both shut it out, but they did have colon cancer. I keep saying to them, you know, what do you really need to keep having these boosters? But my mum's all up for it. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, then fine, do that.
Drew,
but my mum's 80, so she's doing all right.
There was. I used to listen. What was it? There's a tape. I used to always listen to it. It's like, the music was banging. But you might know who it is, Drew, because you're my era. But it was something to do, or the name was something Druids or something like that. But whatever the Druids done, the music was banging. It was really fast. But please tell me you know, Drew, because you can put me out my misery. I'd love to know who that is. Saint Druids, but mate, that's what it was. I think it was like maybe it was garage music. It makes you laugh. Garage music, house music, bedroom music. But Druids, it's really annoying me.
Kitchen music.
He's the same age. You might know who it is.
Toilet music.
Yeah. But, anyway, right. A gang of 20 mosque thugs attacked worshippers at a Hindu festival in London, and then he made one arrest.
Yeah, there you go.
That's ridiculous. Like, oh look, it's Hindu. Let's attack them, says the Muslims. Oh look, it's a Christian holiday. Let's attack them. Oh, yeah, it's a Jewish holiday. Let's attack them. There seems to be some
next is we can't arrest you because you're Muslim, and that could be considered as anti-Muslim. So that's what they'll be saying next.
Absolutely, yeah.
The police, I mean.
Yeah, that's what they'll probably say. As they're allowed to, because it's their religious right to attack others. Please do not.
It's written in their Quran. It's written in their Quran. Therefore, they're merely practicing their religious beliefs, which ain't far from the truth, is it? Really? You know what I mean?
Nope.
If it's not far from the truth, it is the truth.
Yeah.
20 and they arrest one. I mean, I mean, I like. I've always been fascinated by anything that's like not British, really. Like even like the Chinese New Year and all that sort of stuff, and like the Hindu stuff and that. The whole culture and how they celebrate things, it fascinates me, and it's good to learn about that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but
I went down.
I mean, they're innocent, and then you get 20 thugs think they can raid their festival. I mean, that really, really winds. I'd rather sit there and watch a Hindu festival than anything to do with Islam.
Yeah. When all this lot started unveiling itself, about a year and a half ago, I got absolutely rat-arsed at it. I went down to our Indian shop. Right, I'd like to call them pockies, people of colour. Right, but anyway, I go down to our pockies, right, and I says to him, I says, "Are you one of them?" He said, "What?" I said, "One of others." He said, "No." I said, "What religion?" He said, "Hindu." I said, "Oh, right, that's fine then. That's fine." He said, "Why? What's up?" I said, "Oh, I've been following Tommy Robinson for a while now." He said, "Oh, what, EDL?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, no." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He'd be all up for you. It'd be completely on your side." He said, "Oh, really?" And like, that absolutely sound. You know what I mean? Brilliant with me and stuff. But I've been using that shop for I think they've been there about 15 years or so. I've been here for 30 years, so I've been going down there, and lovely people, but at first they were a bit dubious about Tommy Robinson, but then when I explained to him, I said, no, Tommy Robinson's absolutely fine with you. So most of his mates and his film crew are like Hindus. So right, okay,
But that Tommy Robinson song I wrote, I thought that was so cool. I was
very good.
Actually came out better than I thought, but I told you I like to write lyrics, but I thought, let's do one for Tommy Robinson. And it came out, and I thought, that gets you going. I like that. That's why I played it today. But
I'll be back in a sec. I've just got I had a parcel come in today. I think that's them at the door. I'll be 2 secs.
All right.
Oh, make sure it was sent to you by someone from Islam. Is it ticking? Everybody listen. All of a sudden you're hearing a microphone.
Boom.
So you come back in a minute, go, it was a flower bomb or something. Flour everywhere. They're like, oh no. But it'll
be all right as long as she ain't got, as long as she's not wearing a mask on her face, right? And it's all green and it's got a big G in the middle.
We found you. anyone in chat or even you, Electrodot, where hopefully for a free version, because I hate paying. I'm a tight bum. I'm a tight arse. But because you see these Amelia videos and all that, and there's that Walt Disney one that I played. Where can you go to get AI to make you a video like that? Like where you put Tommy Robinson and all that.
Yeah, there's one that actually does it. From I think you were going to say CapCut, wasn't you, Gene?
I said CapCut. I meant CapCut. Yeah, CapCut does free AI.
There's another one you can look into called Pinocchio or something.
Is it CapCut? CAPCUT.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a video editing software, but they do free AI services. Yeah.
Oh right, I see. Yeah,
Well,
and then there's another one
like
that designs characters.
But would it be able to like say, or because I tried to do an AI image once with Starmer and that, and it's like we cannot use political pictures of whoever because they're all people.
I haven't come across any limitations when using CapCut myself. It's mostly video editing software. That's what it's actually for. But you can produce AI content. You can produce logos for free. Loads of stuff on there. It's really good.
Because I wanted to do like an AI video for the video originally, like with me in it as a whiz with Tommy Robinson, even though I never met him. But I wanted a certain because of the song and being United Kingdom and that, I thought it'd be quite cool with me and Tommy, like me being a wizard and him like at night. I thought that looked really cool, but I don't know where or how I can get that done. So like it would near enough be say my face and Tommy Robinson's face, so people will go, "Oh, it's them."
So look, so you can look up tutorials as well. I think it's called Pinocchio or Pinocchio, something like that. But if you type in Pinocchio AI, right, have a look for because it does loads of things. It does voices, it does live voices, it does live videos and all sorts. It's free open source stuff, So there is that one as well that I'd noticed. Yeah.
So Phil said Grok Imagine. As long as they're free, try Grok. Well, is that not the one on? That's the one on X, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grok's on X. Yeah.
I need a week. See in a bit.
So you can actually do it on that, and then what? It'll let you download it. I assume.
I don't know on Grok because I've not used Grok personally. I've only used CapCut for AI stuff.
CapCut, yeah. And do you reckon that allows you to use proper people? Or I mean, how would you do that? Do you just say, use a picture of Tommy Robinson or something?
You have to give it like verbal cues, so you can say I don't know, if you wanted to make a picture of the United Kingdom flag waving or something, you could say you have to give it a script so it knows what to produce.
Oh, right. Yeah,
if that makes sense. So but I'm still learning CapCut myself. Like I said, I'll be starting my channels month due. I wanted to learn the video editing software before I start making videos because that makes more sense to me. But yeah, it's really good. There's a free version, a standard version which you pay for, and then a pro version which is slightly more expensive than the standard version. But even the free version has got loads of stuff that you can do in it. There's plenty of tutorials on YouTube for how to use CapCut. It's brilliant. I'd totally recommend it for anyone producing video content. It's brilliant. That I don't know if OBS Studios does any AI, but I'm not very good with OBS. I went the CapCut
I looked at that for adding on to StreamYard for streaming and all that, and I was like, you know what, I can't even be bothered. It just, what's the point when StreamYard does it? So I didn't bother. So no, I'll have to check. I'll check out that CapCut then and see, because it'd be good to put a video to a song. But what have we got? Everyone's saying Grok. Stable diffusion with if you have a decent gaming card. I've only got a laptop. Laptop costs like, I don't know, £500-600 or something. But I don't know. It's not a gaming one though.
Your laptop costs more than my PC.
Oh, look, the wife got it for me. I was milking it because I come out of hospital, didn't I, in July, and then in December and Christmas, because the fact that I had a heart attack and that, obviously she probably felt sorry for me, so she went the extra mile. So I had to buy diamond earrings though, so it was a bit of a stitch up.
What laptop is it? Is it a good one or?
Dell Inspiron.
Oh yeah, Dell's pretty good. Yeah, Dell's pretty good.
Intel Core i7, Intel Iris X graphics or something. I don't know. I'm reading the stickers. I ain't got a clue.
i7's better than my PC. My PC is an i5 in this.
Oh, is it?
I never went the Intel route. I went the AMD route because of gaming.
Oh no, mine. No, actually, no, mine's a bloody Ryzen. What am I talking about? No.
Yeah, right. Ryzen AMD.
Yeah, that's what mine
I've got
is.
the Ryzen 5.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
which is the equivalent to the Intel 5. Yeah.
And then a big graphics card. Basically, it's just a little tiny 3-inch motherboard like this with a massive graphics card on it that's 4 gig. But even that's all that now.
Yeah, my graphic cards. I need a new one. I've got what is it? It's an Nvidia. I know that much. But it's an old one. It's the 1660.
Oh yeah.
Super or something. I don't know. GTX 1660 Super or something. It's good enough for what I need, but I probably should update the graphics card because that came out in 2016, I think.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can't moan at mine though. It's a 570 in mine. RTX 570 with 4 gig of RAM in it. DDR5, I think it's called. And
DDR5.
It was £500 from Shoplight, just up base unit, 500 quid. I thought, yeah, that's all right. And any game that I've thrown at it, it's managed to play, up to. I think most graphic intense one I've ever had is Grounded 2. It throws that around like nothing,
Yeah, I play. I know it sounds stupid nerdy, but I've played it since launch on console. I play a lot of Minecraft, and Minecraft with shaders is probably one of the most GPU heavy games that I've ever played.
Yeah.
And I've played a lot of games: Elder Scrolls Online, Destiny, the Fallout series. Gaming's kind of what I tend to do. I don't tend to really watch TV. I'm more of a gamer. So
yeah. Cool.
But they don't make games like they used to. That's what I'll say, because I still remember playing Doom and Quake and Counter-Strike when all those first came out.
I've still got my original PC. I've still got my original PC in the loft, a 386 DX50. And I just found the memory for it the other day, right, in a little polythene bag. I found memory for it is 8 quarter meg sims. So it can actually run Doom in a little 256 pixel bloody window like this, it could just about manage that. But yeah, one of them where you had to load up all your sound and your mouse drivers and DOS based basically. But you can get them now as an emulator, all those games for free. All the old ones like Little Big Adventure. I played that were actually released on my birthday, and then they released the second one on my birthday a couple of years later, I think it was. And you can actually download and play them for free now. Little Big Adventure.
Oh wow!
Do you remember? Do you remember the Spectrum 128K?
I've got one, mate.
Grey
with
one.
This drive. With the
tape
drive on the side.
It's got a tape
got this
on the right hand side. So you play a tape, and the tape goes beep. Beep, as the tape's going, it's loaded. Oh my word!
Mine was upside down on the back garden for 6 years. It's been rained on, it's been snowed on, all sorts. I'm going to fix it at some point because I know full well that it's going to want fixing. Yeah, because I mean, you used to get a bit of dust in them and they'd back up, you know. But yeah, I've got one. I'm going to have it on the back wall at some point when I've set up a proper little studio thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, get me
get yourself an Atari and all that.
Yeah, I've done.
I've got an Atari. I've got a mini one in my gaming cabinet. I've also got a Commodore 64, and I've also got
that's it. Yeah.
Amstrad.
Like,
I've
weird
had all my
beigey looking thing in it. Commodore 64, is that the black one?
Yeah, Commodore 64 is the one that had a keyboard and you had a little joystick.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
games like Pong.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I used to program
Oh my
Commodore.
God.
Commodore C16 it was. And all I did was just a load of random shapes and stuff, you know, or these like patterns or a draw, just with drawing lines and things, and then recorded that on a video. And then we used to play them back in pub back in 1980s. You know, even did a little pint pot that was filling up, and then it filled the top full of stars, put beer froth at the top, and then it said, buy it for £1. You know what I mean? 2 for £1 or whatever it was, you know? Yeah. I think it could do, it had enough memory in it to do 5 different patterns, like, you know, like little hexagons and stuff like that, just rotating on screen. Yeah,
these kids today, they don't realise, do they? They just do not realise.
Yeah, don't know the born. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't remember that. They don't remember that awful dial-up noise.
Yeah.
Like,
that was on another level, wasn't it? Oh,
yeah.
Just a minute. That noise that you just made has made it. It's just loaded up on my computer. This dating site for me. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, just that noise that you made there. Well done. You obviously triggered. You obviously triggered some kind of you know, a binary response on the internet and made it upload down. Yeah, it did really. I'm just talking out my arse. Carry on.
I was going to say, did I turn your computer on? Did I?
with dating site. I'm still looking at that blooming what's it called? For your Discord. I got a clue.
Babes for your desktop.com. It's loaded up.
Oh, he's got it. Ah.
What you got?
Oh, right. Okay. Oh.
What's he found?
Eh?
What you found?
Pat, put it on Discord. I wouldn't know. I haven't been on it since blooming we discussed. But it's the thing where it gets punched. Let's have a look. Let me bring it up. Pat put it on Discord.
I'm just going to mute my mic because my kettle's really loud and I don't want to drown everyone out with the kettle.
No worries.
Wow.
Stop that.
A stand-up to racism gathering in Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester, and they invited Hannah Spencer to come and do a little bit of a speech. So I'm going to show you this first because it gives you a little bit of context into the build-up of this incident before it actually kicked off and people started fighting.
There's a bunch of people here who have forgotten what event they're at, but the rest of us are going to be here to listen to Hannah. Our newest MP for Gorton and Denton from the Green Party, Hannah Spencer. Over the last couple of years, and yeah, I always will be having a plumber, but now
I noticed how they've got the cranes already set up. Look.
The
irony.
Right, I'm going to forward it to the bit where it's apparently supposed to happen. We don't need to watch all the other stuff, so
I've seen this guy before. This bald guy, I've seen him before.
Yeah, it's let's say it's Jermaine Unfiltered.
Yeah, Jim's a lefty. Look, he loves Hannah Spencer, so he loves flooding the country with a load of legal drugs. Then does he? Grade A's, class A's, should I say? Apparently so. Yeah,
I don't know why
I
it's
can
not
see
playing.
why it's
YouTube was
such an idiot.
casually walking and just filming Hannah and just asking her questions. Nobody was getting in her way. Nobody was blocking her. Nobody was trying to attack her. Nobody did anything physical. The first physical assault that took place was by Hannah Spencer's security guard. My brakes don't work. She was just there filming it. She was filming the incident. And then this is when he actually turns around, punches her in the face, tries to grab a camera and attack her. I'm going to play this in slow motion just so you can see the full sequence step by step. So bang, first initiation, he grabs the camera straight away. She didn't touch him, she didn't punch him, she didn't do anything. You actually hear the camera crack as he grabbed hold of it.
He's definitely in the wrong.
And then he punches her in the face. You see the next sequence now. So he grabs the camera, he pushed her, and now he swings a punch. Bang, straight to her face. So I'm just going to reverse it back now and play it in proper speed so you can just see how it actually played out in real time when I was watching it.
Excuse me, calm down, calm yourself down, calm down. Mate, you'll get flat in your prick. Chill out, stop. Just stop. A man just punched me.
At this point, I was actually in the middle. I was trying to break.
That was...
What a knob.
Why was that even doing that to her, that woman? What did she do wrong?
Because she was on the right. I
For him
figure.
to do that, though, there's just literally no reason for that whatsoever.
On the
So-
right, in the right, same difference.
Did you see that, Ace, or do you want me to rewind it?
I've actually seen that one already, buddy. Absolutely disgusting behaviour.
Old news, is it, mate?
yeah.
Old news, is it? Is that what you're saying, mate? I'm old. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying I've seen the story, so you don't need to replay it. You can replay it if you want to, but yeah.
Whatever. I want to twist it. I'm trying to play the victim here. This is what
All
we
right,
do.
yeah,
us
yeah.
Muslims.
Play it again. I haven't seen that one yet. Please play it again.
Pity Paul lad can't view this, like, you know, because he's always saying, "Oh no, but the Islams they're peaceful." Yeah, they look it, don't they?
Excuse me, calm down, calm yourself down, calm down. Mate, you'll get flat in your prick. Chill out, stop.
Do you know the funny thing is, right? If I was there, right, literally, if I was right
You
there,
can just see how it actually played out in real time.
Excuse me.
There, see those hands come in from there. If that was me, I would be swinging for his face. I would literally be throwing a punch at him because obviously I'll be trying to get him on the deck to get him away from that woman on the left. What he's doing is probably the better choice. Like, he's going to push him or something. But even as a doorman, like, I would actually do the double hand together like that, if you can see. And you go like that, you literally like bang, like really hit hard. I would have done that. Either way, he was on the deck. And I would have been stood over him and I would have said something like, trying to tear again. That's definitely on camera. You just assaulted a female. That's what would have happened if I was there.
Quick.
Calm down, calm yourself down, calm down. Mate, you'll get...
He's lucky that bloke's just calm down, because I wouldn't have been like that. Wouldn't have been like that.
Yeah, but it's from Manchester, Wiz. It's from Manchester. Hey, calm down, lad. Hey, what you doing? Hey,
he pushed him away. You know, happy days. He didn't do anything wrong, but I'm just saying, I would have like pushed him.
You got to be careful nowadays. You got to be careful nowadays, mate, haven't you? You got to be careful. That's about all you're allowed to do. You're not allowed to really start belting them and stuff unless they belt you for some reason.
The thing is, he has struck the female. He's already in order to like put him on the deck. The police aren't there. They're not going to do anything. So he needed to be sort of treated in a way. So next time it happens, he'd be like, oh, what happened last time? Some bloke put me on my ass. I ain't doing that again. So it might protect women in the future from an idiot like that. You could see a little scrawny weasel. One push, he'd have been on the deck. I mean, the bloke hardly pushed him and he sort of like stepped back in that. And he'd done the right thing. You know, he made the way for the female and he'd done everything right. It's not a problem. I would have just pushed him harder, or I would have come in, smacked him and then pushed him. Do you know what I mean? And said, like, you could be doing that to a woman, but you know, Just saying.
There you go.
Don't touch women. Bugs me.
Yeah.
So, oh, Jake is in the chat. I see. There he is.
Jake. Oh, Dr. Jake, yeah. Oh, look at this picture. It does look like him, doesn't it? It looks like some Victorian gentleman in charge of inventing stuff. Such a thing. But yeah, in charge of a Victorian inventor portrait. Very, very good. I do like the aesthetics of said picture. Very good.
I think that's the one I was thinking of, Jake. I think that's the smaller black one, isn't it? The keyboard, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's got rubber keys. It's got rubber keys on its Wiz, that has. Rubber keyed one. Fixed a few of them in your time. Yeah.
How you doing today, buddy? How you doing today?
He's living the dream.
Have you seen the definition that's been put on gov.uk's website, Jake, for the anti-Muslim hate guidance that they've put on there? It went live today.
Which I didn't realise. Jim, you think he's a grifter because he's speaking about a woman being assaulted? We all know Islam encourages violence against women and girls. Well said, British and proud.
Jim's still in chat, is he?
Yes, look, he just put it's bull poo. He's still in there. Yes, he does go on Lubna's channel. That's where I saw him. I knew I recognised him.
Yeah, that's how I know Jake. That's how I know Jake from Lubna's channel.
Yes, because see,
do you want to
Lubna's served the purpose? Look.
Do you want to see what I started gaming on?
No, not really.
Go on.
Oh my word!
What's that?
What is that? Worked. And it worked. It's a mechanical game. Tomy 1979. 8. Toby 1979. 8, I mean, sorry. It's a mechanical thing. I don't know if you can see the little. See that? Little
oh wow!
That white thing. Yeah. So you got like these conveyor belts. These conveyor belts go past at different speeds, and you have to try and weave through the traffic. And you got speed gears and stuff on that side. You know, I made it.
They don't make them like they used to, do they?
I made it so they could wire it up to a separate power supply, so 3 volts, and then it would work. It still works. The lap counter on it, and your timer up there. Look, you see that timer goes round. It's all very mechanical. Yeah. Yeah. So that's before even Space Invaders and old Space Invaders come out. This come out first. These one at first ones, you know.
Space Invaders.
Yeah, you know the little light up ones. They used to use nicty tubes or something like that. I think they were called fluorescent tubes inside them with different characters in them. Yeah. There you go. Got that from Car Boot Sale for 10 bob. 50p in new money.
That's CL. That's funny as hell. Jim, I'm excited to pick your wife up from school. Oh my god, that made me laugh. As soon as I saw that, I was like, that's a giggle.
Yeah, you got to go take your dog for a walk and pick up your wife from school.
That's so funny. That's good. Oh, dear,
stuff like this I'm going to have on my back wall, you see. I'm going to have stuff like this on my back wall. Because I've collected no end of stuff. I've got a projector. I've got an old cine film camera that captured all my lifelong memories on. So I've got a good memory of my childhood, you see, because we used to watch the cine films back every year. So, you know, I could remember it like it was yesterday kind of thing. Very nice. Yeah. Granddad used to be a big cine film buff before even video cameras come out. So I've got one of them up in my loft somewhere. Yeah.
Is that the ones of the old negatives?
Yeah.
Like
a real film in them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I was going to say, we're 2 hours in. Are we going to carry on? If so, I need a toilet. or if you had enough, or if there's any other topics you want to bring up, I don't know. You tell me. I'm open. I've got time. I'm in no rush. So.
Well,
And I don't know what
I
hype
was
button
wanting
is.
to discuss the anti-Muslim thing, but we kind of got onto different subjects because of
Yeah, that's what I mean. We got side. Is that the one that was on the Gov website? You want that brought back up again?
yeah.
So,
yeah, I
yeah,
just think it might be handy for us to go through and like digest it and all that.
Right,
Have
let me
a chat
go
about
to
it.
history because it'll be in there. Definition of anti-Muslim hostility. There's 9 sections to it. So which section is it you? Because I'm going to
It was
quickly leg
mostly
it, make a brew, and go to toilet.
the definition, because that's the part that kind of applies to us
Number
most. And I
5.
think there's
Well,
there's also
right. Is that too
you
small? Well, it's all on screen there as a whole.
Well-
Do you want it like that, or do you want it zoomed in a bit?
If Ace presents it, if Ace presents it, then she can have control over it. If you present it and then Wiz allows it on screen, as long as he's not crossing his legs
you
too
can
much
do
and
that.
wanting to go to the toilet,
I-
just click on present. Sorry, no,
Yeah.
open the window, open the website first on another tab. Yeah. Come on, you've
I've
got
not done this
intelligence. I
before.
know you have.
Hang on.
I know
No,
you've got
it's fine, take time.
There we go. Right. Okay. Right. I've got the
So
tab
you've opened
open.
it right, and then press
Yeah.
present on
Present or
StreamYard. Press
invite on that box. Oh, it should be
present.
present.
Yeah,
Oh,
present.
present. There we go.
yeah, that's it. And then choose that
click
window
that.
that you're wanting to present.
Do I put it as a image or?
No, it's a web. It should be a web page, I think, or desktop.
I've only
and then
got
choose
Share
I've got
screen.
slides and PDF share screen. Right. Okay,
share
that'd be
screen.
easier.
Yeah,
And then it'll come up at the
Definition.
back end here for
That
me, and I'll put it up.
There we go.
yeah. And then Wiz can put that up, and then you can scroll up and down it as you please.
Right, now see, that's it. You got control over it now. So
And
Yeah.
you guys can see that, can you?
Yep, can see that.
Can
Yep,
see me
yep.
that's
wiggling
fine.
it. Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
quickly rush to
So-
the toilet and make a nice fresh coffee, and then you
See you
start.
in a
I've
bit.
got my headphones on, so I'm still listening. So
Yeah. If there's any
I'll be back in a
emergencies,
moment.
we'll
You may
scream. It's still listening.
As long as he's got it muted, because I don't really want to hear him having a plop. Having a
Having
plop
a
if
wee.
that's what he's gone. Oh, is he
Yeah,
gone for
yeah.
a wee? Is he?
Yeah, I believe so, and make a coffee. Yeah. So what have we got then, Ace?
So, according to this, this is the definition, although it does go on further down the bottom to re-clarify the definition. I don't really know. This is the working definition, as with all working definitions, it may need to evolve over time as understandings of these issues develop. That part, whilst I understand it's needed, it does concern me because
It's a work
they
in progress.
can, yeah,
They can change it whenever they want. Yeah.
if enough people of Islam start complaining about a specific thing, that could then be added as part of the definition. That's something that worries me.
And then that's up to us to keep an eye on, which we haven't really got time to do. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. But yeah, carry on.
So the definition uses terminology as anti-Muslim hostility, which reflects the wider prejudice and discriminations Muslims face, and squarely focuses on Muslims as individuals rather than Islam as a religion. So that states that it's specifically against Muslims, not against Islam, the religion.
Yeah.
It does further state down the bottom that Islam is still open to criticism. It specifically states that. So hostility focuses on actions and conduct rather than simply the holding of beliefs. So again, this is all rather open to interpretation because conduct, okay, what is a video conduct? Because I'm producing content. Is it an action? There's a lot of avenues that things I think could start getting exploited, that this definition could start getting exploited. So as the definition and notes make clear, the right to express hostility to others is part of our right to freedom of expression under the law, but hostility with the intention of encouraging hatred against others because they are Muslim or perceived to be Muslim is conduct the government is committed to challenging. And again, because it's all open, it's a work in progress, this definition is going to change over time. So whilst we're all okay with what this might be now,
what's it going to morph into?
when all the amendments have been made, are we still going to be okay with that? Is it going to completely shut down conversation? We don't know.
We'll find out when we're being carted off to a bloody police van, not we, in handcuffs.
Exactly. So the definition covers the different aspects of hostility Muslims face: criminal acts, discrimination on the basis of being Muslim or perceived to be Muslim, and also in the way which Muslims can be treated as a collective group defined by fixed and negative characteristics with the intention to encourage hatred against them. If it's a negative characteristic, why is that being protected?
Well, they're classing all Muslims as non-Islamists, aren't they? Which is also part of the Muslim category. Yeah, that's what they're doing there, because they're not open.
Okay, but then that's the equivalent of saying that Islamic extremists aren't Muslim. It's a little bit. It's contradictory.
Of course it is.
You can't be.
Well,
an Islamic extremist without being Muslim. If you're into Islam, if you practice Islam, you are a Muslim. So
yeah. I mean, there's a reason that we disband blasphemy laws, is because it's so complex. You know what I mean? You can't. Yeah, but these are wanting it back in again because they're from 700th century.
But yeah, for many, anti-Muslim hostility can be articulated as a form of racism, even though it's not a race, as it goes on to say. However, Muslims come from diverse ethnic, racial, and cultural backgrounds, and UK law treats race and religion as distinct, protected characteristics.
Well, it's not really UK law, is it? It's law of the ECHR. It's not necessarily UK law. It's ECHR that's telling us to believe this.
Well, we've got freedom of religion, which is a UK law. We also have the Equality Act, which is again a UK law. So I think both of those kind of cover those two avenues. But the ECHR, that is definitely from the EU. Forgot where I got up to. In practice, hostility against Muslim often relies on assumptions about dress, appearance, names, or other perceived markers that perpetrators associate with being Muslim. These assumptions treat individuals as if they belong to a collective group with fixed negative traits. Every culture, every group of people has negative traits. So again, I don't understand why that's a problem. But a process sometimes described as racialization. Importantly, this definition makes clear that prejudicial stereotype. Can't say that word. Prejudice stereotyping or racialization constitutes anti-Muslim hostility when combined with an intention to encourage hatred against Muslims. So that's the definition, but then it goes on to further define it, which I'm not sure why. Anti-Muslim hostility is intentionally engaging in, assisting, or encouraging criminal acts, including acts of violence, vandalism, harassment, or intimidation, whether physical, verbal, written, or electronically communicated. So,
wait a minute. Does this mean that Ben Habib can raise a case towards that hatred that they were getting from whoever he was getting it from? All that hatred, where it was saying "bugger off, you pocky," etc. all those tweets that he got. So surely Ben Habib could raise, you know, a case against all them people saying that.
Yeah, absolutely, he could. Yeah, according to this, yeah, because it's anyone that's perceived as being Muslim. So it does go further on to talk about the Sikhs, because obviously the Sikhs being in India, Pakistan was part of India, so Pakistanis look very much like Indians. So that's where it talks about. It goes on further to say about perceived Muslims. So yeah, that are directly those perceived to be Muslim. So that are directed at Muslims because of their religion or at those who are perceived to be Muslim, including where that perception is based on assumptions about ethnicity, race, or appearance.
Yeah.
It also that's not grammatically correct. It also the prejudicial stereotyping of Muslims. That's not grammatically correct at all.
It is also the I can't say it. It's catching. Prejudice. Yes, thank you, Jake. Yes, it is also the prejudicial. Yeah. Read it like that.
I was going to say, if you noticed, Ace.
It is also the prejudicial stereotyping.
Yeah, that's it. That's better.
What it says.
Yeah. So, or people perceived to be Muslim, including because of their ethnic or racial backgrounds or their appearance, and treating them as a collective group defined by fixed and negative characteristics with the intention of encouraging hatred against them, irrespective of their actual opinions, beliefs, or actions as individuals. Again, I don't think people's actions should be something that shouldn't be allowed to be criticized. If I'm abusing a child, that's an action. Absolutely, that should be criticized.
Yeah. There's a number of problems with this document.
I think there's a lot of overstretching, personally.
In fact, its very existence is the biggest problem. For example, who's responsible for saying what somebody's intention is? How can you accurately measure that? It's down to somebody's subjective perception of that, and that's why this is going to be open to abuse. And what my understanding of it is currently that you can say something like, "I hate Islam, I think it's evil, blah blah blah." That would be all right. But what you couldn't say is something like, under this new proposal, you wouldn't be able to say something like, "All Muslims should be sent back where they come from," because that could be seen as encouraging hatred, which is just a terrible state for us to be in. And I'm very, very, very keen on somebody to actually explain what encouraging hatred actually means.
Yeah, well, good luck getting that out of Labour.
Yeah.
And are we going to start criminalising other emotions as well?
And who decides whether you're encouraging someone? If you say, for example, like a lot of streams I watch before they and Lubna was one doing it as well. All of my opinions are my own. You know, I'm not trying to actively encourage hate towards any specific group, all of that sort of talk. You know, they can make that speech at the beginning of a video, but then someone else could determine, okay, you've said that, but your actions still are encouraging of hatred.
Yes.
Like it's
stop them when they
it's genuinely worrying.
It is very worrying. Could we just scroll back up again to the top?
Are you on Streamlabs? Do you want to present it? Because you'll probably be better at this than I will.
I wouldn't be. No, trust me. I'm terrible at tech.
Back up to the top. Which one?
Yeah. Is that the one where we started?
Was it the definition that you wanted?
Yeah, we started on section 5.
Yeah, that's the one. The definition. Yeah. If we look at that, firstly, if we start where it's got the definition, it says on there that it reflects wider prejudice and discrimination Muslims face. So first of all, we've got an assumption that's been made there that there is massive prejudice and discrimination against Muslims. There's no citation of any evidence there whatsoever to say that that is the case. It then goes on to mention squarely focusing on Muslims as individuals rather than Islam as a religion. This is something that comes up from the Equality Act, where people are judged as being members of groups rather than being individuals, and it's a big problem because it prevents people from discussing wider issues, because you can't say, for example, the Sikhs or the Buddhists or whoever. So that's a huge problem. And then this is the key part where it says hostility focuses on actions and conduct. Well, what exactly is considered hostile conduct? And rather than, it does make it clear that you can still have those beliefs. Well, thanks. I'm allowed to think whatever I like. I mean, surely that's what we should do anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, everything's subjective, because what I might find hostile, you might not find hostile. So everything's subjective in itself anyway.
Exactly. So we've then got what I think is the key bit, really. It's quite clear we can still express these views, but it's the part where it's got the intention of encouraging hatred against others because they are Muslim or perceived to be Muslim, is conduct government is committed to challenging. Right, what does that mean, committed to challenging? Does that mean they're going to bring in laws against that? Are there going to be on-the-spot fines, for example, for criticising Islam? It doesn't.
Well, we've seen what happens when you post online on Twitter. You get slapped in jail, so it'd probably be time.
Yeah, it could be. But if we think about that logically, if there are thousands and thousands of people criticising Islam, then they're not going to pursue that many because it would be implausible. So again,
they just need to make a few examples. That's the point of it. I mean, what was the lady that got put in jail?
Lucy
Connolly, yeah, Lucy Connolly. They just needed to make an example, and that puts
Which
the
they
fear
did.
of God in everyone.
Which they did, yeah.
Yeah, she's a lovely lady, actually. She's a subscriber to my Substack, in fact, which I'm very grateful.
Oh, is she? Yeah, great.
Yeah, so
why did she go to Reform?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Could we just scroll down a little bit, please, Ace, to the next paragraph? Because I think here's where we get some things that I think are again worrying. We've got different aspects of hostility. So already it's told us that Muslims face this wide prejudice, so it's rampant everywhere. But now it's specifically telling us what it is that they face. So criminal acts. Well, what criminal acts? Discrimination on the basis of being Muslim or perceived to be Muslim. Well, from the things that I've seen, it tends to be the opposite way around rather than what is alleged here. It tends to be Muslims discriminating against other people because they perceive them to be non-Muslim.
Yeah.
And then again, we've got, like I mentioned, the Equality Act definition where it mentions in there about collective groups and not assigning an individual with these collective attributes. We've then got, in the next paragraph, we've got about it being a form of racism. This bit I think is really quite worrying because obviously it's not a race. It's a religion, and a religion is a personal choice. But it's being treated in this paragraph as if it is a protected characteristic, as if it's an immutable trait like skin color. And it's saying in there that if you assume those things, that somebody belongs to a collective group with fixed negative traits, that's the same thing as racism. But it isn't the same thing as racism, because like I said, it's a choice. Somebody chooses to be in a religion. It's not something that you're born with. Even if it's your cultural background, it's still up to you to make that decision.
Well, look at all ginger converts. We've got plenty of ginger converts out there.
Yeah, I was literally about to say the same thing.
That's not a race.
No, it's not. And then the last sentence that we've got on there makes it clear that this would constitute anti-Muslim hostility when combined with an intention to encourage hatred against Muslims. So this is saying that there has to be two things to it by the look of it, but there has to be prejudicial stereotyping and there has to be the intention to encourage hatred, which is a really stupid thing to put in there because that now increases the threshold that but it's going to have to be covered by in law.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how this is going to affect Speaker's Corner.
I don't think
Indeed.
it will get passed, to be honest. And if it does, it will get taken down by whoever comes in next, because we cannot have something that specifies a particular religion, especially when in an ordinary situation, the protected people would be the natives of the country, not somebody that's come in being given special protection, that you can't criticize them because they're so fragile that they can't have any criticism of their religion, because they know that it's the most likely one that's going to fail under scrutiny.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we see it time and again. How many times do you see people who are Muslims getting into debates with Christians and then getting proven wrong about things and making assumptions of Christians that are incorrect and insulting Christians about them being incorrect, especially at Speaker's Corner, where they even openly engage in acts of violence.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
There's a lot of video evidence of that. A lot.
Yeah, young Bob in Manchester, we're at Manchester we're in. Yeah, he got battered about a bit, didn't he? Yeah.
And then we've got people dressed in paramilitary uniforms riding around on horseback in central Manchester as well.
Yeah, the only thing being missing there from their from their scriptures is that they're not got like them big swords.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's basically what they're reenacting there. The only thing they haven't got is those big swords, or whatever they called, the scimitar. Is it a scimitar? Yeah.
I think it is a scimitar. Yeah, the curved one.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It is. I mean, if we think about it in terms of a bigger picture, that is one street in one city. It is not reflective of the whole country. But the fact that it's happening is completely and utterly wrong. And the fact that the police did absolutely nothing.
Well, the green police, aren't they? The green councillors, police now. So, they're hardly going to be ripping them off at horses and stuff,
One thing I will say, though, for the police, that we don't get to see the full context, because they do tend to follow up based on video evidence, and they review that and check who everybody is, and then they will deal with it later on. Whereas when you're there and you're seeing something happening, you want that action to be immediate. And so that creates a distance between us and the police as well.
The other problem the police face is that the fact that they don't write the law, they only enforce it. They don't get to pick which laws they do and don't enforce. So, there's probably a lot of police personnel out there that are being, through no fault of their own, having to enforce these laws that they haven't chosen to write, but they've got to enforce them because that's the law and that's their job. People might say, well, why are they in the police force? Well, I'm glad that they're in the police force, because if they weren't, we wouldn't have a police force. And if they weren't in the police force, we know who would be in the police force. And things would be a hell of a lot worse.
I would just challenge the word force there. I think that we used to have a police force. I think that now we've got a police service.
It is a service, yeah.
Service,
Police service. Ridiculous.
That is splitting hairs, I know. But what do you expect? I'm from an English literature background.
Well, you can't trigger the little chuffing lefties, can you, by saying that it's a force?
No, you can't. Can't have that. I mean, look at this part at the end that we've got here, where it's got the prejudicial stereotyping of Muslims. See, this is worrying because it doesn't have it about any other group whatsoever. It's okay to have prejudiced stereotypes about English people or Scottish people or Welsh people or black people, but not Muslims. I mean, why is it given such protection like this? Is it really that fragile that it can't defend itself in an argument against something?
Indeed. Yeah.
And is it a prejudicial stereotype to say something like, well, Muslims blow themselves up and chop people's heads off?
Yeah.
Is that a stereotype?
There's a difference between there's a difference between a prejudice and a fact.
Yeah.
A prejudice is based in your own assumptions. Facts are based in reality. So,
well, they won't even search that black guy in Manchester Arena. They won't even search him for fear of being racist.
That's
So
just-
this is basically putting even more pressure on them to think more like, you know, oh, now you're going to be Islamophobic if you see someone wearing a backpack or whatever in the middle of a crowd. It's just going to put even more stress onto that decision making. You know, it's just bonkers.
That's actually a really valid point, because if a say a plane was in the airport, any airport in the UK, and there was genuine suspicion, that suspicion could then be treated as a crime.
Yeah, especially if they're wrong about the suspicion, you know, then they take, you know, get the hissing backpack off him, and then find out that it's just a packet of sandwiches. Then they're buggered, aren't they? You know what I mean?
That will be a response to the Southport for sure. Where as soon as it happened, everybody knew. We didn't need to be told who was responsible for it in terms of, you know, what their background would have links to. And so I think that's what it's designed to do, is prevent that sort of thing from happening. But what it's doing is just massive overreach. And there's that bit where it's got with the intention of encouraging hatred. How can you prove someone's intention?
Yeah.
Don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
What you'd have to do is provide some sort of nonsense explanation that suggests that those words would lead to this, which is what happened with Lucy Connolly's one. Although nothing happened, the key point was that something could have happened, was what the prosecution was saying. Which is, I think,
with the Lucy case also, what didn't work in her favour is that her lawyer actively encouraged her to plead guilty, and she shouldn't have done.
Yeah, you're right.
State appointed lawyer, I believe.
Yeah. And I believe that it was because she was told that was the quickest way to get her out of it and get back to her family.
Yeah, or she'd be given a lesser sentence or something along those lines. Yeah.
And to be fair, she was given a lesser sentence. The judge did significantly reduce it. I mean, it shouldn't have even gone that far. I mean, that is taken as read. And
why do you think they want to remove trial of jury?
Precisely. Because look what happened with Pricky Jones, and the one who said that that people should have their throats cut in front of a baying mob as well. The jury didn't convict him.
No. Well, those two Manchester, them two Manchester guys who smashed that, who broke that police woman's nose. Does anything happen with them yet, or has that been quietly forgotten?
I don't know, actually.
Indeed.
And look, their lawyer was on Dan Wootton's show yesterday. That idiot. For all of
telling you. And then he's making out that he's not doing anything wrong by saying, "Oh yeah, as long as you've got a baseball glove and a baseball in your boot, you're all right to carry it." And then making out, oh God, how disingenuous was that? It was obvious they were just using some weird loophole, you know, so that Muslims feel or whoever feels all right to carry around a baseball bat, you know, as long as you've got a baseball in boot.
Isn't his slogan, there's a defense for every offense?
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a stupid thing to say, really, because that's saying all of the clients are guilty. It should say there's a defense for every alleged offense.
Is a Better Call Saul, isn't he, for the Muslims?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He reminds me of a character sort of like Ali G or something like that.
Yeah.
He seems like a picture.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
And then that other clown that was on there with the stupid hat thing on.
Oh yeah.
He's an idiot.
Are you allowed to call them stupid hats now? Let's read, see whether or not we're allowed to call them stupid hats.
It doesn't mention hats in there. It doesn't mention stupidity either, so I think we're okay. At the moment,
people.
We're all right for now.
It did mention appearance and their appearance.
It does mention appearance. That is true.
It
I mean,
does.
that would come into play, I think, if you said something like what they kept under their hat, for example, like dynamite or something like this, which nobody said or even thought.
Not until now.
No, exactly. And if they thought it, that's their own fault. I didn't encourage
it. Just made it. Well, you just mentioned it. You know, now I'm thinking it.
Yeah, but
it's
did I have
thing,
the
isn't
intention,
it?
though? Yeah. Did I intend to make you think that thought?
Yeah, don't
I've
think
got-
about sellotape, and then all you can think about is sellotape. It's just one of those, isn't it?
This is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, how is this enforceable?
Indeed. Well, apparently this is a draft format, isn't it, Ace?
Yeah, so it's a work in progress, is what
Yeah. So
they've
hopefully
basically put it as.
someone will jump on it somewhere and create another petition
Well,
in order to get this stupid, idiotic, chuffing idea, out of government. Hopefully.
Yeah, this isn't a new thing. This has been around for several years now. It actually does come from the Muslim Brotherhood Council, and it went through the all parliamentary party, whatever it's called, the APP, which is where it was at its last stage, and now it's come through to here again. And the whole thing should be torn up and thrown in the bin and just be classed as the ridiculous thing that it is. What it should have instead is take out the word Muslims and Islam everywhere in that document and put in the word English or England, and then it would be a much more satisfactory document that would actually be worthwhile having, because it's not English people who are targeting Muslims over their over negative characteristics. We do see negative characteristics. We do see people being openly violent and discriminating against whites and grooming gangs and terrorism. What we don't ever see is people coming forward who have got positive things to say about Islam, or who look like they're making an effort to try and bridge the communities.
Yeah.
And when you see that time and time again, then that is going to create division.
Yeah. I think the other thing with introducing things like this also is when you then don't introduce something that protects the other groups, you're actively stoking more hatred towards the group that protection's been put in place for, because everyone else feels left out.
Yeah. And
like if they were to
by Muslim definition as well, like we've already seen people walk into Whitechapel and being told that they're disrespectful, just for example, for eating during Ramadan or something like that. So that's where it's going to get dangerous if it goes through, which I don't think it will.
Yeah, hopefully not. Another U-turn. Hopefully.
Well, I think.
Well, at this stage, At this stage, it's not actually statutory. It's only sitting as common.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's been made public. It's been made public, which is why we're picking up on it. So other people will pick up on this as well. I suppose I ought to do it, but I ain't got the concentration levels to do that. So if anyone wants to pick up that particular baton and make it a petition over this is stupid,
We'll take a look at this word here, the final paragraph where it says unlawful discrimination. That suggests that there's discrimination that is lawful. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to have that word in there. So what counts as lawful discrimination? Is that when Muslims discriminate against, for example, white girls?
DEI is lawful discrimination because it's positive discrimination.
Yeah. But surely, though, the whole point of that is to create equality. And that is actually creating privilege for certain groups. Yeah. It's also worth pointing out as well, a DEI, because this is part of my thesis, actually. So I've read quite a bit about DEI, and I'm not a fan. It started late 60s, early 70s as a result of the civil rights movement, and then that moved into law, particularly through a guy called Derek Bell. And the whole point of it was to even up the balance between the two races. But that's only meant to be a temporary measure. It's not meant to be something that lasts for generation after generation.
Yeah.
So that's where it starts to become problematic, because, yeah, you can say initially when that was happening, those families, they were discriminated against, they were held back from positions. So it would be fair to say, okay, we will promote them over other people to give them a chance that they wouldn't have had.
Yeah.
But then once they've got that chance, why should then their children get the same privilege? Because surely they should be equal to everybody else's children by that point.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a problematic thing.
Yeah, it's like everything else. It's all been all of that, I mean, even in the terrorism thing that they did, after 9/11, even that's had its guts ripped out, and now it's on the opposite foot. It's now us that's being classed as terrorists and stuff, for having opinions. It's all been all of that.
I thought you were referring to the BBC ad that they made that basically portrays white kids as terrorists.
And that, yeah. It's all been reversed. It's been gutted out and reversed on us.
Just to quote a verse from the Bible, in the times of old, so referring to obviously when it was written, it states that the end times, the truth will be called lies and lies will be called truth, and that's exactly what we're in.
Yeah.
Well, you can't really argue against it, can you? It's right there in front of our eyes.
Yes.
Seeing it time and time again. I mean, this entirely got the wrong focus here. And I find it particularly egregious after the quite obvious racist abuse that we saw in the Rotherham and the Oldham gangs. And I've been through those reports. As people know who saw me on other channels, I went through all of them and explained exactly what had happened. So it's pretty clear that there was racist abuse in there, but yet that somehow doesn't count. It's fundamentally wrong.
Yeah.
What about this part in the second paragraph there? It's got everyone should feel able to contribute to the exchange of ideas that supports a free and thriving society. Well, what if
How
you
are
can't?
they not able to?
Yeah, precisely.
They're here, aren't they? So that means they're able to contribute.
Yeah, that is true. Open debate must be fully safeguarded. See, that makes it sound like it's a good thing, but safeguarded is actually a restriction on things.
All I can tell you is if I was a person of colour, black, brown,
you were.
Asian, whatever, I certainly wouldn't want to get a job just because of the colour of my skin.
No.
That would be degrading, in my opinion. I would want to get a job because I'm the right person for the job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There might be certain jobs where it's beneficial to have something that might lend itself more to that job. Like, for example, if you were working in gay rights, for example, it might be better to have someone who is gay work there who's got experience, in which case the discrimination might be justified. But really, everybody should be selected on merit, is what I think.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jake, totally.
And yes, I know, and I say this because I worked in the grammar schools, and so I know that how difficult it is for kids sitting an exam at aged 11 and how it can change their life path. And I get all of that, but you've got to have cutoffs and things like that. You can't just let everybody think that they can be a success in life, because unfortunately it doesn't work like that. There is such a thing as failure, and I think that part of the education system has taken that failure away from children and made them rely on the state, really, because they're always going to be covered by something.
Yeah,
example, if they don't do well in their exams, for example, across a year group, the exam parameters change every single year.
Yeah.
So it might be, say, you have to get 90 out of 100 to get what used to be an A or an A star. If not enough people were getting that high, they would lower it to, say, 80 instead, and then adjust everything. So every year it's different.
Yeah, I don't see that as being a good thing at all. Yeah, I really don't see that as being a good thing.
But I do think that when you have a standardized exam or something like that, everybody is at the same baseline. So it is harsh, I admit that, but at least you know where you stand. That either you meet that threshold or you don't. It's simple.
Yeah.
But back to
also, just lowering. I was just gonna say, just lowering the bar. That's actually detrimental to society, because then you're producing lots of less adequate than more adequate.
Precisely. Yeah.
So I see that as detrimental personally, but yeah, but back to this. So it does then carry on.
You can criticise it. It makes that quite clear. You can criticise it. You can criticise the practices, and you can criticise its development. You can ridicule and insult Islam, and you can. That's an interesting bit, actually. You can portray it in a manner that some of its adherents might find disrespectful or scandalous. So you could, for example, say, as people often do on protests, that the prophet or their god is a paedophile. And according to this, that would not meet the criteria for hatred.
Yeah, and if you were saying something like that to raise concerns in the public interest,
that's a brilliant get out that they've put in, actually, isn't it? Because anything that you're criticised for doing, let's say that you were called in front of a court for this, then that's your get out always, isn't it? I'm just raising concerns in the public interest, which it clearly states there is protected.
But again, is all that going to be open to debate? Because they're going to be that whole, with the intention to incite hatred towards a specific group.
Yeah.
That's where I believe that they're going to say, well, it's not in the public interest because you're inciting hatred. That group is part of the public, so that's where I worry about these sorts of things.
But how could you distinguish between hatred and, say, for example, anger? How would a court make that distinction? Because there's a lot of overlap between the two of them.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
And it's protected that you can be angry about this religion, because it doesn't mention in this list here that you can't be angry with it. So again, it's not really, the wording here isn't adequate to cover all bases, which is what it's trying to do. I mean, effectively, this is saying...
That's why it says it's a working definition, which is what, again, I'm worried about, because if it's consistently being changed, A, it's going to be really hard to keep up with. B, anything can be added to that if enough people of that group complain about a specific thing. They can have that added to the list, and given the block voting that we've seen, they can raise 40,000 votes in a day.
Yeah.
So, them petitioning or lobbying to have certain things added, that's what I'm expecting personally, or making a prediction of.
That could be considered borderline, because that mentioned a group. You see now why it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Because what you just said is a perfectly valid criticism. So it is worrying. But also, though, if we think about it, when it says it's open, it's a working definition, it's subject to change, that could also mean changes that are for the better.
Yeah, that's true. You shouldn't just focus on the negative. That's true.
I'm going to debate, guys. All right. I've got a dog just here looking at me as if he's got crossed legs and wants toilet, so I'll let him out on front garden for a bit. All right. I'll see you soon. Okay.
Take it easy, mate.
Cheers.
Take it easy, mate.
Catch you later, Buzzy.
Cheers, chat.
But yeah, I mean, that was
you're contributing to a debate in the public interest. So it's
like, how do you go about proving that? That's the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. Well, if we think about this logically, the legal system is meant to treat everybody as the same. Everybody's meant to have the same rights. So what if they're making an exception there? They've got to make sure, first of all, surely, that there's enough evidence to show that there is a problem that's big enough to warrant this being put into place, which I don't think is possible at the moment. We must also remember that although they might say that hate speech is mostly targeted towards Muslims, hate speech at the moment is subjective. And of course, people who are Muslim determine hatred in a different way than we do with our own beliefs, because anything you say about them or their religion is taken as a personal insult, which we don't do because we don't have that identity fusion with our religion. So that's a hugely problematic aspect as well. I mean, the whole thing is, whoever came up with this is either being held at gunpoint, for example, or is just completely and utterly stupid. I really don't see how a judge could say that this stands up to any sort of respectable law.
Yeah,
I would like to point out I'm not a lawyer, by the way, of course.
Well, I'm not a lawyer by any means, but I did study law through my public services course at college. A third of the qualification was law studies. And one thing that is very absolute about the law is it has to be definitive, as in it has to draw a line, and that line has to be specific. It can't be open to interpretation.
Okay. Let's stress test it. So what did it say earlier on about criticizing the groups, criticizing Islam as a group? It outlawed it, didn't it?
Hang on.
Because there's an important point in that last paragraph.
Oh, here. Collective group and negative stereotyping.
Yeah, right. So we can't do that. But if we go back to that last bit we were looking at, there's something quite interesting there. Because that bit's saying, no, you can't do that about a group. Whereas in the next part, it says in this second bullet point, the first bullet point, or is this the right one?
That's why I said you'd probably be better at doing this, because you're really good with this sort of stuff. I've heard you talk a lot, obviously, on Lubna's chats. You're really good with this sort of stuff.
Oh, I don't know. Just taught English for 15 years. But you're very kind to say so. Yeah, there it says ridiculing or insulting a religion or belief, including Islam, or portraying it in a manner that some of its adherents might find disrespectful or scandalous. That is contradicted by what it said in the previous part, that you can't criticize people as a group. So you can ridicule it, you can insult it, you can say Islam is absolutely shit, and you can say anything you like about it, but at the same time, you can't criticize it as a group, is what it's saying. So it's a paradox, really.
Yeah, because all Muslims follow Islam, so Islam is referring to a group. It's not just referring although it's an ideology in itself, an ideology doesn't take root unless there's a group of people behind it. So if you're talking about Islam, that's also referring to the practitioners of Islam as well.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And I'm glad that at least it has got it in writing here, that it does say that you can still criticize it, ridicule it, etc. But it's really coming down to stress testing things, isn't it? So let's suppose somebody says that you were encouraging hatred because you said that all Muslims are terrorists and they should all be sent back because of public safety. Would that be inciting hatred? Would that be raising a concern in the public interest? Would it be a legitimate criticism of a belief system? Or would it be a legally acceptable account of ridicule or insult? None of them are clear enough, are they? And that's what you were just saying about law being quite specific about having the definitions correct.
But again, I mean, they're going to have to draw some lines that are going to be borderline. I don't even know what wording to use.
Do you remember that? the Turkish embassy incident where the guy burnt the Quran, and
Oh, and then he was shot.
yeah, no, the guy came out with a bread knife and tried to stab him and kicked him and spat on him. And
Oh, I know there was one guy that burnt a Quran outside some embassy and he was shot. But I guess there's been multiple cases of where people have done this.
yes, I
yeah.
hope that's not a prejudicial stereotype you just offered there.
No, I'm just saying there's multiple instances of where people have burnt Qurans.
I know.
Or were you're cracking a joke? So I'm really not very good at picking up on sarcasm sometimes. Sorry.
But you can see though how somebody who has read this is going to use that to their advantage.
Yeah,
they would.
Well, it's human nature, isn't it? We twist everything to our own advantage.
Yeah.
More so for some than others. But yeah.
Well, there's one very clear reason why we don't need to have this law in place, apart from the fact that it's completely unnecessary, and it's covered there in number 7 in the first sentence.
Yeah, that's literally what I was just looking at.
So it's already covered.
The other thing is, if I just
I'll just jump in for 2 secs because I've tried to post this bloomin' post 8 times and it keeps bloomin' banning it. But Muppet face, after Gaza, the Muslims do need protecting. No, they don't. And Gaza, what you want about Hamas and Palestine is why Gaza is what it is. So don't start a war with Israel due to Jew hatred. And that comment that I just said there was not going up in the chat. It keeps going, YouTube, reject your comment. This because it thinks it's spam. No, because I'm sticking up for the Jews and you don't like it. But you can put all crap in about homo, momo, the pedo. Do you know what I mean? And you get idiots like this. I mean, Gaza was fine. If you're that fussed, why weren't you talking about it on October the 6th or October the 5th? Oh no, only October the 7th. Oh, I wonder why.
And why are they allowed to have ethno state and we're not?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
People just talk crap. They ain't got a clue. Do you know what I mean? So let's see, uneducated. If you don't know about it, go do your research, actually get the facts, then comment on it. Just so you don't actually look a complete tit.
Yeah, I would never
get their facts from Facebook though, don't they?
Yes. Yeah, or if not from there, they get it from Wikipedia or ChatGPT and think that is doing proper research. ChatGPT is wrong all the time. Even when you ask it to give you references, it's wrong constantly. So you need to check these things, do it properly. And I think if people just woke up and started to do that and think about things critically, then it might help a lot of people get out of the mindset that they're stuck in, because what they forget is what they're seeing in front of them has been given to them by an algorithm that's responding to what they want to hear. So it's keeping them in the same thought processes, those echo chambers. And the trouble is that people then will watch something and they'll hear somebody that they like and they'll think, oh, well, they say it, I trust them, so it must be true. And then they become emotionally involved in it. And that's when you start getting people throwing insults and things like that. And it's crazy.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I was going to say Go on, Miss.
Sorry, I was just going to say, something's wrong when people are out cheering, going, free Palestine. One, like I said, they didn't say anything before October 7th. And 2, they actually started a war. So why on earth would you want to support in any shape or form Palestine, who 1, voted in Hamas, and 2, at least 3,000 Palestinians followed Hamas into Israel, knowing and wanting to genocide Jews? Makes no sense.
And how many times have they turned down peace agreements with Israel?
Every single time.
Yeah,
every single time.
Some of the actual offers they got were ludicrously generous, but they're like, what? But Jews are still breathing on the planet? Nope. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
When the Palestinians were given Gaza, the Jews, when they left, didn't just live with themselves, they also dug up their dead and took their dead. they left all of their shops, they left everything there, and the first thing the Palestinians done when they got into Gaza was burn everything down. So, and if you look at Gaza before it was given over to the Palestinians, it was beautiful. Like, had a booming flower industry, an absolutely booming flower industry. And instead of the Gazans deciding, oh, great, look what we've inherited. Oh, that came from the Jews, burn it. That was their approach.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that mindset is reflective of people that are coming into this country who are sympathetic with that, who are willing to act on that as well, which is what's worrying.
Mm. But what I was going to say with the another reason why we don't need an anti-Muslim hate law or anything, Muslims, although this says prejudice against Jewish people, Semitism. What is Semitism? Semitism refers to the Semitic languages. Arabic, guess what? It's one of the Semitic languages, which means it's covered under the anti-Semitism law anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Islam's covered all over the place by all sorts of laws that we've already got.
Yes.
Sorry, not Islam. Muslims are covered by all sorts of laws that we've already got. I just don't see the need for any more special treatment. I mean,
let's be honest about this. This is a population of 7%, isn't it, at maximum?
Yeah, I think the population's at like 6% at the moment, or somewhere between 6 and 7%, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 6.7% to be precise. I looked at it the other
there
day.
There we go. We were all right in our own way.
Yep, we all bang on.
Yeah.
So
now, why would you base an entire policy around protecting a minority group? Well, you know, of that size,
they hate the Jews.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that whatsoever. Yeah. Another thing that's not really reflected in what it says here is that if you followed that book to the letter, as you are supposed to do, you would end up with several life sentences. So that's something that, you know, why are we not mentioning this? Why are we not?
Yeah, that's just the Quran. That's not even including the Hadith.
Yeah, precisely. And yet we're saying, well, liberal democracy says all beliefs are considered as equal, but that isn't actually true, is it? Because nobody would consider Nazi as equal. So why should we have to put up with this as being equal when I think most people would argue that it's not equal and that it's a very backwards way of thinking?
Yeah, under that logic, that means neo-Nazism should also be included as being equal. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And homophobia as well.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. Disability discrimination, perfectly fine.
Sorry, guys, you've got to go back and educate yourselves. Vicious has spoken.
Oh, is he? Oh.
Might be
Paul to go back and educate myself. Yeah, you're right about that. You know, one thing I think about quite often is going about educating myself. Something I really think I should go and do more of because I haven't done enough.
Yeah, Jake. God, you're so uneducated. Oh.
I've never read any book in my entire.
What's a book?
Just walk around. Educate.
I don't even know what educate even means. If by that you mean going and reading all the things that you've read and agreeing with it, then no, I'm not prepared to do that. Thank you, because that's what people usually mean when they say do your research.
Yeah, it means yeah. So you're believing what I believe and you think the way I think and blah blah blah. Like, right, you must be a Muslim then. Do you know what I mean? That's all it is. Isn't it? You've got to talk how I talk.
We shouldn't do that though, should we? I mean, I think that certainly I would like to think that any of us who are here right now, we could quite easily disagree with one another and explain why we disagree, and it's not going to be a problem. But not everyone is able to do that. because
That's the
people
problem,
take,
innit? Yeah, but-
especially when it becomes political, people's emotions get involved, and it is really hard to cut off for some people.
Yep, that's the problem. Because I mean, like I'm quiet through this one because I spoke for the first like nearly 2 hours, so I can chill out a bit. But when you and Ace are talking now, and you're going through this and whatever, I'm actually interested in what you're saying and what you're seeing and why you're coming up with what you're coming up with. Because then I can think, yeah, I agree or disagree with that. So sometimes it's nice to shut up, listen, and just be open-minded. And don't assume because you think something that you're right, because you might say something. I'll be like, oh, I didn't look at it that way. Yeah, no, I actually think how you think on that. So that's how, in theory, we do educate ourselves. But if you ain't got an open mind, you got no hope. It's as simple as that.
You know, you're right about that. And it is difficult when you really have strong feelings about something. Like I will go out of my way to have a look at some of the extreme left channels just to see what they've got to say, but it's painful. It really is.
I do the same, and I can't do it for long.
No, they're just
wanna,
triggered.
Yeah,
and that's the thing that is really worrying, I think, because I don't remember this when I was growing up ever being the case that people were polarized like they are now. I mean, yeah, there was the Labour and the Tory sort of split between left and right, but that's been gone since the 90s, and there wasn't, I don't remember there being polarization at all, really. And now
I remember when I was a kid, you know, things like racism was definitely something that was spoken about. My granddad, bearing in mind my mum and dad, I'm 41, my mum and dad, my mum's just gone 80, my dad's 82 or about to turn 82, so they're quite old for parents. My mum and dad's parents were born before World War One. My granddad from my dad's side was born in 1898, literally another century. Or a different millennia, I should say. This is when I was really young and when Trevor McDonald was still doing the news.
Oh yeah.
My granddad turned around and said, "Don't know why we've got black people on the TV." And I said, "Granddad, you can't say that. That's racist." So, you know, things like that sort of conversation was definitely in the public eye. But I do agree with Jake. It was nowhere near as polarized as it is now. Nowhere near.
No, I mean, people did used to say things that would be considered racist now. Yes, that is true. Like, for example, and, you know, close your ears if you're easily offended, but who never mentions going to the chinky or to the packy shop? Who has never said any of those things or thought those things? Most people that were children of the 80s or 90s will have said both or thought both at some point, and that wasn't an offensive thing to say. That was just a description of where you were going, and in some regards it was kind of affectionate.
Yeah.
And people wouldn't have had the reaction that they would have today either. Although, as I've mentioned before, you know, I do accept that I come from an area that is predominantly white, so we don't really have as much dealings with people from ethnic minorities. So
I think where we've gone,
people here aren't necessarily racist, but they'll notice things and they can be quite blunt.
Yeah, I would say I'm quite a blunt person. When I've got an opinion, I'm quite blunt about it. And I can appreciate that might not always be taken in the right way, but I can guarantee I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I just don't have those intentions in my heart.
Yeah.
But I was going to say something then, but I've forgotten what it was.
That wouldn't stand up at a court of law. What are you on about? You're just racist and nasty. You're full of hate.
No, I was contributing to a debate in the public interest, actually. So that means
we are debating in public interest. Yeah,
so we're covered.
Look, Tracy's famous. Look, direct descendant of the judge who sentenced King Charles I to death.
Traitor.
It was funny with that situation because we were like, "Oh, we hate the monarchy. Get rid of the monarchy." And then we've got Parliament, and they go the same way the monarchy went. And then we're like, "Oh, we miss the monarchy." So we then reinstate the monarchy. What?
Yeah, that's because we're smart, and it was a much more stable way of doing things.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Vicious is
waiting.
back.
I'm genuinely waiting for this whole, the flag is a means of inciting hatred
Just so we can see you,
or
Jake.
against
Sorry.
a specific group. That flag belongs to the king. It belongs to the monarchy. So I'm waiting for
It's
the
mine.
day
I
that
bought it. $4.99.
someone tells the monarch to take his own flag down.
I know, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Good luck.
So
Off with his head.
let me give a real life example here of a flag where there's a different interpretation. Most of my thesis that I've done is based on the South in the States and on attitudes around Civil War statues, things like that. Now, the Confederate flag, the Confederate battle flag, I should say, most of you are probably familiar with it. It's red with a blue cross, like Scotland's one, but with stars on it. Most
Dukes of
people
Hazzard.
probably know it from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
exactly.
that, mate. I love that. I wanted that car.
Yeah, exactly. We all wanted that car. We thought that was the coolest flag we've ever seen. And it's also symbolic of rebellion as well. So here it had a very positive reception.
Connotation. Yeah.
But if you were to go to the States, there you've got massive polarization where the black people there interpret it as being symbolic of white power over them for centuries. And so they would want that removed because they would see that as offensive. Whereas you'd have the white people would be arguing, well, actually, no, that's part of our heritage and it should stay. And Georgia had to take that flag off its, what do you call it? Its state flag. So it's not on there anymore. I think Mississippi had it as well, and that was taken away.
Really?
Yeah, and they used to have it outside courthouses too, and they've all been taken away now as well. So that's an example where a flag can legitimately be said to have caused harm because it was used by people like Ku Klux Klan would ride around holding that flag aloft. So you can see why, for the black people at the time, it would have been a symbol of terror. But that's not what's happening with the St. George's flag. That's been put on lampposts. We're not hanging people from lampposts and putting up the Union Jack, which is, like what you would have seen in the States, people getting hanged from a tree and then they'll put the Confederate flag there. It's not like that at all. It's massive, massive overreaction to everything.
Like
I don't know. Like, if you've got such a problem with the West, why would you move to the West?
Yeah,
because it's not Islamic and you can convert everyone. That's why.
Well, yeah, there's two houses in Islam. You've got the House of Islam, which is any area that's already Islamic. That's referred to. They're in the House of Islam, and then you've got the House of Dahaj or something, I can't pronounce it, which is referred to as the House of War, which means you're in a country that is not Islamic. That's how they literally look at the world.
Yes.
That's really worrying.
Now, if they've got that mentality and then you give out a document like we've just been going through, it's absolute lunacy. Because you're protecting those people and then allowing them to have those beliefs, and their beliefs that genuinely are posing recognized harm to us.
There's a saying that I was...
Sorry, Vicious, can you explain what that is? I don't know what crap's coming out your mouth this time, or out your fingertips. But you're saying obviously about all this hatred of Muslims or whatever, which I don't know what channel you're watching, but obviously it's not theirs because it's talking about Islam, not Muslims. But I don't know what you're on about. Put an intelligent statement to address what? The rubbish that we just went through of the anti-Muslim hostility. You know, the people that hate the East, so they move to the West and then force the life of the East on the people of the West. Oh, okay, right. Sorry, Jake, I spoke over you.
No, not at all. I spoke over you. It's my fault. Yeah, I mean, us uneducated peasants, I mean, what would we know?
Yeah.
I mean, Islam is the superior religion, you know, it's the supreme form of thought. It's generally accepted by... Yeah, oh, well,
have you said your Shahada yet?
I couldn't possibly comment on that, but I mean, everyone surely can understand the principle that a 1500-year-old mode of thought is still relevant today. That is what progressive civilizations do, isn't it? Is hang on to beliefs such as that.
I think I screwed up then. I thought you just said Ace. You said Shahada. I went out in the garden. I was hitting my shed harder.
No, that's the way you went wrong. You've got the beard,
I don't know what goes. I don't know what goes through my brain. I don't know where that come from, but my bad. I had to say
Love
it.
Brilliant.
There's been no hatred of going on here at all. There's been some robust criticism
and ridicule, and public interest and all of that.
Well, if he isn't allowed to be biased, why is Vicious D2J allowed to be biased?
Yeah. And he can explain to us why all these oppressed women escape the East to come live here and then still wear the burqa.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Do you know what's interesting? And Lubna brought this up, and I didn't quite realise this was even a thing. She said about, people that come over from Pakistan, when they're in Pakistan, they're not particularly, very religious or like overly religious or outwardly religious. But when they get to the UK or they get to Europe, all of that comes out.
Yeah, that's
I find that odd.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like, when a hedgehog puts its spikes up.
Yeah,
that's what it does, because their beliefs, and this is what is so hard to get through to people, is that it's not like Christianity. It's not that you just believe in Jesus and you can accept it or not. It takes over all of your thinking, because it's law. It's about the way you should dress, what you should eat. It's literally everything comes first.
It's a structure for life. That's what Islam. Well, in fact, the gospel and the whole Bible itself is an instruction for life. Bible, the acronym for Bible that Christians use is best instructions before leaving Earth.
Oh, I've not heard that one before.
No,
yeah, that's what Christians say about the term of Bible. Best instructions before leaving Earth. So it is a comprehensive way, all-inclusive way to live your life. What laws, what food, who you should and shouldn't breed with, so on. Islam's no different in that regard, but the difference between Christianity and Judaism compared to Islam is both, there haven't been any reforms in Christianity because it hasn't been needed. There is no killing of anyone in Christianity by people. It's done by God himself through revelation, when he comes down and basically tears earth a new one. In Judaism, there is people going out killing other people. Judaism went through a bunch of reforms. Christianity didn't really need to go through any reforms because it wasn't the people that were making those moves, it was God himself. Islam again goes back to Islam. The way I see Islam is a very it's going back to Judaism, but in a more strict way. Like, it's even more strict than Judaism was.
I would put it slightly differently than that. I think that's a good way of looking at it, but I see it as like, when you see really shit copies of things, like fake copies, but they've got spelling mistakes in and things like that. That's how I see Islam. There's just copied bits from the Bible and Judaism and other places, and it's got a few bits right, it's got most of it wrong, and it's put it all together and gone around saying to everyone, I'm the best, when it isn't. And
Yeah,
What I think is
Islam quotes Christian, a few Christian and a few Jewish stories as actual biblical text, and they're not. They were literal stories.
and it has to say that both of those books are corrupt as well.
Yeah.
Which is ludicrous.
And also completely inaccurate, because the Dead Sea Scrolls confirm that Genesis, because it contains sections of Genesis in the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they've done the checks against the translations from what we have in the Torah, the Talmud, and the Gospel today, the translation is exactly the same. So there has been no corruption.
Yeah.
The Dead Sea Scrolls confirm that.
If they're real.
What, the Dead Sea Scrolls?
There is debate about it. Yeah, some people have said it's rather convenient that they were found at that particular time in history, just as Israel was about to get created. It is a pretty good coincidence, but I don't know enough about it, so I'm not saying that it's fake at all. I'll accept it for what it is.
I would anticipate that science would be very wanting to do carbon dating on things like that. I think I don't know if they did do any carbon dating on it, but
I think they have. They certainly have done it with the oldest Quran, which is the Birmingham manuscript, which the papyrus was dated to around the time of the Prophet, around the time, not necessarily the time. But the problem with texts like that is that just because the skin or the papyrus was from that time, it doesn't mean that the writing was from that time, because they'd often wash the writing off and then they'd write over it on top because it was so expensive to produce. So there isn't any first-hand evidence for Muhammad. The same as with Jesus. Jesus is well documented by people like Josephus and Tacitus, but there isn't actually anyone from that particular time who has got something in writing for either of them. You've got a gap of about 100 years. Then you have sort of like the mythic creation of their persona takes place over sort of 200 or 300 years, where they go from, or certainly with Jesus, he goes from being an apocalyptic preacher into this son of God in a very, very short amount of time. And we don't have the same thing with the prophet, but he's pretty much, they say that they only worship God, but come on. I think we know.
If you follow everything a man does and you follow that verbatim, that's a form of worship.
It is. It's a cult.
But
those are just our opinions, of course. We're not inciting hatred or anything like that. Why? What's going to happen? Is the Lord going to strike me dead? Let's just wait and see. No, didn't do it.
There's have you heard about the if you heard about the Ahmadi, like the Ahmadi religion of light and peace? Have you heard about that one?
No.
Ahmadi religion of peace and light. Yeah, the cult. I've done a video about that. Done quite well as well. That bloke is a criminal. He's wanted in America.
He started out as being someone who documents cults, and then he started one. The Ahmadi, the Ahmadi religion of peace and light. He claims himself to be the official pope and the Mahdi from Islam.
They're not the ones that are in Crewe, are they?
Yeah, it's the ones up in Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the security guards there. Yeah, I do know who they are. I didn't know what they believed in, though, or anything like that.
They've been banned in every country they've been in, and now they're in England.
Of course they are. We've got the leader of Hamas here.
And we've got the Muslim Brotherhood registered as a charity.
Yeah, true. All beliefs are equal, including the Ahmadi and Hamas.
Yep.
But
Bishop's told us, you've got to be careful what you say. Careful, mate. Careful.
The world is just spinning out of control.
It's got silly, hasn't it? Let's be honest. It's got silly, and when things get silly, it's a sign that things are failing. It always happens like that. The same thing happened with the Soviet Union when that fell. But they tried to take more control. They tried to police the language more heavily. But once people stopped believing in the institution, which is what happened there, they just knocked the wall down, and that was it. The whole thing was over within a couple of years, basically. Same thing could happen here. I mean, nobody trusts or believes in our government anymore. People doubt the police because they see behaviours that are inconsistent, where 1 week they seem to favour one group and 1 week they seem to favour another. We've got disproportionate sentencing for things like grooming gangs, that kind of thing. When was the last time we actually thought this country is doing well at something? Probably 2012 Olympics was the last time there was any sort of national sense of pride. And even that was very heavily stage managed. My ex worked on that opening ceremony, actually, but
Oh, really?
that's another time and another place. Yeah, that was hugely woke, that opening ceremony.
Did you know, and I didn't know this until maybe 5 years ago, I was actually quite shocked to find out. Do you know who designed the Olympics logo?
No, I don't.
Adolf Hitler.
I was going to say Hitler as a joke, and I thought, no, keep your mouth shut.
No, I'm genuine. 100% genuine. Google it. In fact, I can Google it.
See, he wasn't all bad. There's always some good in everyone.
That's going to get clipped, mate. You've done it now.
Most of what he said, of course, was terrible.
Oh, that's crazy.
See, that's a good example, though, isn't it? What I said just then. That quite obviously, I said that ironically. But you're right. People can say, no, that wasn't ironic.
Why is that saying...
But you Googled it, and someone else like, what? You've been de-Googled.
Yeah,
Wait, what? I literally watched a documentary on the history of the Olympics, and it stated that the Olympics logo was created by Hitler.
I don't know about that. I think he had something to do with was it the VW logo?
Oh yeah, Pierre de Coubertin.
Fanta was, that's a Nazi drink, because they couldn't get Coke. They couldn't get the syrup, so they decided to make their own, and it became Fanta. There's a bit of pointless information.
I know that I saw a documentary.
Did you dream that
one?
Olympic
Yeah,
rings, come on, blah, 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 blah.
That's what you got, wasn't it? While Adolf Hitler played a significant role in promoting the 1936 Berlin Olympics, he did not invent the logo. The logo was adopted by the International Olympic Committee to symbolize international harmony and was first used at the 1920 in Belgium.
Yeah, the reason it's got the 5 rings is it's 1 ring for each continent. The black ring's meant to represent Africa. I mean, and that's not been... No, genuine, the black ring is meant to be Africa. That's never been called racist.
No, that is quite...
Anyway, that's kind of drifting off point, but...
And then you got the Audi logo. That's a bit similar. Just straighten it out, take one away. I think, or was it?
Yeah.
Four, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 4 rings as opposed to 5, and they're all in a line.
Yeah, I usually answer the phone after 4 or 5 rings, so it works. It works.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is a bad idea to bring this law in place. I can't think of where it's happened with any other group in this country before. I mean, we've had laws against people, but not specifically privileging a group in this way. It's unprecedented. It's dangerous, and I really hope that Parliament sees sense and does the right thing.
I hope so, mate. I hope so. It's ridiculous. What winds me up is it's the most obviously fake, barbaric thing on the planet, yet we're not allowed to say this, not allowed to say that, or they're coming up with this saying about whatever. I've had 7-day ban talking about what they've done at Bondi Beach. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, I do not get how these people think, because I think we're in a society where everything's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, oh, let's have a little cuddle, yeah, sorry. Everyone's pandering to everything, an offend or something, and it's just
you've
gone.
got those people, and then you've got people who think in the Islamic way, and that both of them are so difficult for us to get our heads around. You know, why do people think like that? And it's really very, very difficult. And that's why it's important to go and have a look at other channels, go and read what the other side think, why, and try and understand what it is that, you know, why are they thinking like that? And one thing that the right and left have got in common, and they never ever express, is both of them hate bankers and billionaires. Both of them.
True.
And they want to see money go down. Why don't people focus on that?
Yeah. But alas, no.
I really need a wee, so I'm just going to run to the toilet quick.
Yeah, I'm going to split because I need to have a nap.
I don't like my toilet.
After all,
I hate my toilet.
That I didn't plan on doing.
I hate my toilet. Do you know why?
No, why is that?
It takes the piss, mate.
Good, yes.
See what I've done there?
See what
I make up the most stupidest jokes, but they are good.
They are good. When you were on the doors, did you get any Muslim lads?
No.
No?
Not really. If they did come in, they're normally all right. They seem quite sensible. Do you know what I mean? But the worst thing I ever dealt with was actually with women, and they're actually trying to hit each other with stilettos and that. And there was there's actually. Do you remember the Stella glasses? They look a bit like a big fat like wine glass on steroids.
Yeah, I do.
Pint of wife beater.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Like Paul McCartney beats his wife as a girl, Stella. Okay, but the actual top of the glass came off, and it was just stood on the floor with the spike up, and this woman fell on it. And as she fell on it, I put my hand up, and it actually went into the back of my hand, and I stopped it from going in her back. And then she sort of rolled off. I've gone like that, and it sort of stuck to my hand, but then fell. And she just looked at me and went white, as if like, what the hell? So she was giving me all cuddle and that. My missus was going the bar working, going, do you want me to come over? I'm like, no. And all these women are going mental. And then the doorman I was with, he's only turned around. The woman that started all of it, she said that her phone was still in the pub. So he let her back in, and then she's just gone ballistic again. And it was about 3 or 4 women, and then of course all the men got involved, and I was literally just grabbing them. And with men, whatever, get out. But with women, I've got to remember where the cameras are, and instead of sort of locking them up, I've got to put my hand under their arms, pick them up with my hands like that, and make sure the camera can see me, because you get accused of touching their breasts. So I'm doing that, trying to get them out.
That's a really good point. That's reminding me of something. Because I worked in girls' grammar schools. I remember when I first started, I was walking out the school and it was pissing down with rain, and the girl in front of me slipped over and she hit her head on the pavement. And my instinct was to go down to see if she's doing it. And then instantly I thought, no, you're not allowed to touch the kid. So I went, come over here. Can you come and see if she's all right? So, for the same reason that you're saying, because people will complain.
Yep.
Even though in that both situations, you're doing the right thing. You have to be careful.
We are living in generation offended. That's what we're living in, the generation of.
Yeah,
offended by everything, ashamed of nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nap time for me now. But it's been nice to talk to you both this afternoon.
Yep, it's a bonus call-in today, because might as well open it up if people want to talk about stuff. Saves me talking. Do you know what I mean? Like I say, I learned from you two, so I'm like, yeah, you can come up, educate me free of charge.
I've never presented someone else's stream though. That's a bit odd.
Yeah. Well, you got something to say, and there's the ability for it to come up. Yeah, I mean, Jake can do the same if he wants to. It's not a problem, and it's good for you because you're going to have your own channel, Ace. So people are going to see this and go, "Oh yeah, I remember her from that." So hopefully they subscribe to you. Do you know what I mean? That help you build your channel. So
Yeah,
happy days.
I'll probably be looking to do. How do you? I don't know how to word it. Instead of starting with doing lives, what I'll probably look to do first is just produce videos, so people get an idea of what sort of content I'm looking to discuss and talk about.
Yeah.
And then once I'm a bit more comfortable with the channel, I'll probably then look to open it up for lives. But yeah.
Well, when you first start, what you want to do, make sure you've got a plan. So you do Monday, Wednesday, Friday uploads, or you upload every Tuesday and Thursday. Make sure you got that in your head, because obviously YouTube picks that up. But to start
Dude,
with,
if you could see the amount of research that I have done, you would be go and get a life. That's what you'd be telling me.
but that's good. It shows you're
Yeah,
committed.
I've been watching all sorts. Yeah, well, if you're gonna do something, do it right. Otherwise, all you're gonna have to do is do it again. So, measure twice, cut once. That's how I live my
Yep.
life. And I just think it's the best way to do
But
things.
try and get
So,
5 videos up, 5 as quick as you can, and then do it as however you want to do it, because those first 5, that will actually get you found quicker. Because if you've only got one video, you've only got one.
Yeah, I've seen a few videos that also suggest that you shouldn't list them straight away as public, that you should list them as unlisted first.
Yep,
because
that's it. Because
YouTube
then,
needs time to analyze the videos so it knows what audience to push the video to. But I need to go through and work on the keyword phrasing. But there's a channel that I've watched that gave some advice around how to. It gave a website to use that will give you the most search keywording for whatever it is that you're looking for, and then you can use that keywording in your descriptions.
Yeah, they do come in handy, but you need to be careful because everyone uses them. And if you've only got, say, 5 videos on your channel, and then you've got somebody who's got 500, they are going to get found before you.
Yeah, but the way keywording works is that it works on the most commonly typed key phrases. So if I was to type in something that was less commonly typed, that works against me because people aren't typing that as a standard.
If you've got a keyword that 1 million people are using, and then you've got a keyword that 250,000 people are using, your best chance is to use both. And then when you go in the back end, you can actually see which one works and which one gets found. If it's the one with 1 million, then happy days and go with that. But I found when I was starting to sort of use some that are popular, but they're not the most popular. And I've done that on an alien video, and that was the one that actually ended up getting copyrighted. But I had about 70,000 views on that before it got removed.
Oh, wow.
Copyright. And it was that video, my first upload, that got me monetized. It was ridiculous. It had like 4,000 hours, and I was like, holy moly, mate. So I mean, that was just pure luck.
Is it worth it doing it for the money, or is it pennies?
No, if you do it for the money, you do it for the wrong reasons, mate. Honestly,
to be honest, I'm not in it for the money. There's bigger and more important things than money, and the state of this country, it can't be bought back. So money is not the reason I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I want to save or help save, like Wizard, like everyone else. I want to get on board and try and help save this country.
Yeah,
it's not about money.
I agree with that. That's why I do a lot of work with the Richie and Rogue channel, both of whom are excellent people, really trying their best to improve things for people in Wales. Also helping people who are survivors of abuse to tell their story, and really doing good work. And I'm very happy to work with them. They're great people. And if you don't know them, then please, go and check out their channel. And
I'm hoping to interview them because they called me out on I don't know if you saw it. Did you see where they called me out? Yeah. And we
You
come
came
out,
on.
we end up being friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
No,
yeah,
they're
I'm being
really good
accused of, slagging them off, I think it was. I was like, hang on, no, I'm not like that. I mean, they're
I
not
think what
like
would
anything to do with Islam. So what? No. And I
What-
went on there and I proved myself. And I think we follow each other on X and we're all friends. And I said, oh, you need to come on my channel and have a chat and that. And they said, yeah. So I just need to sort that out. But I think they're really bubbly, happy people. I actually really
lovely.
liked them. Glad that I sorted it
Lovely.
out with them.
No, it's good. I like working with them because it gives me something to focus on, because obviously I can't work full time, so it's great to do that. And I enjoy doing it because I what I do for them is I do research and then I write questions for when they have the guests who come on. And obviously, the questions depend on what comes up in the interview, so they're not going to use all of them. But it's a good feeling to sit there and think, oh, I thought of that question.
Yeah, definitely. I've got Nick Buckley coming Wednesday night at 7. Nick Buckley, MBE.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice.
I'll be
nice.
talking to him
I
at 7.
have a
But
question for him. If you could ask him, he might not like it though.
go on, then, what is it?
I would ask him whether or not he thinks it was too early to stand an advanced candidate in that by-election,
Good question.
because he was humiliated.
Similar
The poor.
questions, but not that
Yeah.
one. Too early to stand. Sorry, was it too early to stand as
Stand a candidate in the by-election.
Yeah, because I've got some questions about the by-election as well, like, asking whether he feels that Ben Habib and Advance done enough, and to like public awareness, Advance UK, and him as a person, because he as a person, what he does, I think he's amazing. He'd be a real asset to someone like
He
Gordon
would.
Denton, and
But
to end
how's
like
he going to
votes
feel
behind
though?
Mr. Looney. So
What was it? He got 165 votes or something.
154. Monster Looney got 159.
See, everyone is going to be affected by that, no matter what you say. That is humiliating, and
Yeah.
he just didn't have the time to do anything, really. I don't think,
No.
and
But,
nobody really had a chance with what the Greens did. Let's be honest. I mean, they rigged all the voting, and hopefully there'll be an investigation to that. Yeah, that was
that should
disgraceful.
not be allowed. That should not be allowed. You're here to present to the British people a party, therefore it needs to be in the British language.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Of course it does. I mean, how many people even speak that language here? It's not even. It must be about what?
I don't.
3%.
No.
But
Yeah,
probably
Urdu
it's about 90%.
I got a hat
spoken
on.
in
I don't want people seeing my Urdu. You know what I mean?
Lol.
I see what you did there.
You're well on
See
form with
what
the
you
dad
did
jokes
there.
today.
Did you hear my toilet joke earlier, Ace?
About it taking the piss. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just
How
thinking
cool was
about
that,
I was just thinking about the ayatollah personally.
Oh, yes, that's
Yeah, that
fun.
was a good one. That one. I like that. I'll use it later.
Well, I wish you well with your channel, Ace. I think you'll do a good job of it. And
Thank you, mate.
You know what you're talking about, and you got a plan. So a lot of people think, right, money, and you're thinking,
I don't
sod the
care
money,
about the money. There are
knowledge.
far more
Exactly.
important things in life than money, and I could have £1 million in my bank account, but what good is £1 million if I've got no country to spend or live in?
exactly. Yeah, if you want to have a discussion on there or anything, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be good.
What I was going to say, what I would really like to do, because I think this is where we need to start thinking a bit more like that group. We need to start in gaming. There's this thing called raiding on YouTube. So if you're watching someone's YouTube channel, you might be one of, say, 150 people watching. Then that person who is streaming the video will go to another person's YouTube channel and take all of their viewers with them. It's called a raid. We need to start doing that with smaller channels to get the voices out there so that we can actually keep this conversation loud and clear and make sure that common sense is at the forefront of all discussion, because I think that's where we're really going wrong. We're not connecting with each other enough, and we're also not holding the common sense line. It's down to us to hold that, because if we don't hold it, it will get replaced.
I think you've got a really good point there, because we go on different channels, we know different people, but you get to know who the decent people are in the chat and in terms of the guests. And I think you're right. There's not really a place where everyone can kind of air their views in a respectful way, because they're too sort of compartmentalized with following the content creators rather than looking at the actual content itself.
The subject itself, So that was something I was looking to do with my channel as well. I want to be actively promoting right-wing talking perspectives that are more heavily focused to supporting the British, as opposed to minorities that have been imported into the country. So definitely right-wing, but not far right, but definitely not centre right. I'm not focused on centre right. I'm right, not centre right. And I think we need to get all of these. We need to get everyone talking, and like I said, keep the conversation going, but keep common sense at the forefront. Because if we don't hold the common sense line, it will get replaced with nonsense. We're seeing it happen. So, I think that would be a really good thing that we could get going.
I think that would be really good. And there are huge questions at the moment, like there's the ethnic civnat divide that's going on. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere have a reasonable, balanced discussion about that. I've seen one side slagging the other side off, and that's about it, which doesn't really help anybody. What would help is to actually listen to both sides, which, like I say, I've not heard. Perhaps there are channels where they've done that. I don't know, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, there possibly are. I haven't come across them myself, and I do actively look for new content in the subjects that I'm interested in. And politics is definitely at the forefront of my mind at the moment. So maybe there are, I just haven't found them. But again, that's another thing that I can use my channel to get the advertising out there for these channels. I think it's another way that we can all unite, because mainstream media is not the way forward. That's more than evident now. People don't get their news from MSN. They're getting it from alternative sources. And YouTube for news content has absolutely exploded. Asmongold, the famous gamer, is now covering news content.
I saw him the other day. I thought, who the hell is this?
He has like hundreds of thousands of people watching him live.
But the thing with that is,
a brilliant way to use your platform.
It is a brilliant way to use your platform, but at the same time, is it creating a class of, so-called experts that actually don't know what they're talking about?
Well, a lot of his content that I've watched, he is fairly switched on. Like, he'll do Googling whilst he's looking at things and all of that
specifically.
But not everyone's like that, so I can appreciate that is definitely a concern.
But you're
Barak
right.
is Baraka, the Baraka show. He put out a video a couple of days ago about some man that picked up a kid and then tried running away with this kid. The photo that he had made it look like it was someone from like Asia or the Middle East. And then the video showed a Jewish man picking up a kid who was standing in the middle of the road. And to me, like, that's misinforming. There was no proof of why that Jewish man was taking a child out of the road. It could be that the Jewish guy saw a car coming down the road and was worried the kid was going to get hit. So I do agree with that sentiment, Jake, and I think
people don't think about context enough, do they? Really?
No, they don't.
And
That's why I wanted to
look a certain way.
That's why I wanted to start with long form. I think they're called
Yeah.
long form videos. I wanted to start
Yep.
with long form content so I can do physical exploration using the internet to obviously put across my points and use the facts that are available. And then I wanted to do that in lives as well. So if people were to come to me with a specific thing, you know, that can be openly debated and it can be fact checked live. I'm not
Yeah,
interested in, oh,
that-
this is what I think it is. I want live fact checking.
I'd be happy to help you with that because I did a lot of that recently with Richie and Rogue when the Epstein files came out, and in the we were looking at whether or not to believe them or not, and I was, you know, checking different sources and things. So I think that's really
messed
important.
up. Yeah, some really messed up stuff in those files. I had to stop following it because it was just
horrible.
Yeah, really, really not. It's just I don't know how humanity can behave like that. There is just some things that we should not be doing, and I don't see why we have to have laws to have this behavior eradicated. Like, why have we got to have laws that say that it's wrong to eat people or it's wrong to sleep with children? Surely we should just not be doing that because it's wrong.
You'd think so.
I just, my mind boggles. It absolutely boggles.
Yeah.
Why do we need to have 2 world wars before we realise blowing each other up is probably not the best way forward? Why do we need to do
I
that?
hope I'm good at research. Thank you, Hazy Fantasy. I hope I am.
Yeah, you are, Jake. I've heard you talking about your stuff, and when you're talking, you know what you're talking about. That's indicative of someone who's done a lot of research.
Thank you.
So
I have done the fair research, yes. I'm just trying to think.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I've done, what have I done? 3 years on a degree. Then I didn't do a master's degree because they used my teaching career instead of my teacher training. So that's 15 years of studying, technically, and I've been doing this for 4 years. So yeah, I've done 7 years of academic study, of researching. So I hope I'm good at it.
What's it you want to do for your career, Jake?
Well, that's the thing. I don't really know.
Researcher.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know because I can only really do part-time work, and it's even that. I couldn't tell you from one day to the next what work I can do, so it's really difficult. So I'm trying to
Freelancing might be an option if that's something that's possible in the field that you're studying.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, what I'm really hoping is that when I've finished, that I get taken up on a book deal and that I can make some money off that, maybe do some speaking on the basis of that, which my supervisors think is quite plausible because it's quite a spicy topic at the moment, obviously. So that could be something. One thing I would quite like to do is this sounds really like your head's going massive out here, but I don't mean it like this, but it would be I'd quite like to be involved in some of the discussions that they're having about what to do with some of these Civil War statues, because I think that the debate is so important, and the way that you shouldn't destroy your history, even if people are offended by it. And
to erase history means you to repeat the same mistakes. So
So really, I have 2 expert areas, really, I guess. In the English literature is the first thing I did, and then I moved into American history later on. And I'd like to be a writer, I think. I enjoy doing Substack. I put up an article once or twice a week. There's only about 20 people subscribe to it, which is fine by me. I'm not doing it for fame or money, exactly like you guys just said. I just really enjoy doing it, do it for myself. And if people like it, then that's great. And that's why I'm really happy that Lucy Connolly is a subscriber, and I've got that few, and she's one. I think it's great. So, I don't know what I'll end up doing, but I enjoy doing things like just talking to people and researching and writing. So we'll see.
Yeah, to stick to it's a
good
good thing.
luck
I
with whatever
find
you
it.
choose to do with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
They say I've got depression, bipolar, and anxiety. I thought I'd have the hat trick, but they say those people are normally actually quite creative. So I don't know if that includes any of you, but I mean, I'm always writing lyrics. I write poetry. I've entered a poetry competition actually, but I've written a book that's on my laptop. That's 79,000 words. That's Wizard No Name and the Book of Creation.
That's quite a lot.
You know, you've got to do it. And obviously, as you can see, I do a lot of landscape painting just to, like, you know, chill my brain out and that. That's weird what you end up doing. I mean, if someone told me that as a kid when I was playing football, I laughed at them. So me writing, painting, no, I'm not gay. That's what I'd say. A little me.
No,
now I'm like, yeah, I love it. So
it's very creative, and it's something that I love doing. You know, you can't really see from here because I've got a Mac, you know, desktop. But behind there's 2 different racks with guitars in. I've got 21 of them. Got a massive Marshall amplifier, and behind me here I've got drum machines, samplers, all sorts to make as much music as, you know, I want to. And I do it for me.
Guitar. I bought it about 6 months ago, but I'm going through YouTube trying to find places where I can learn what to do. Self-teaching. But it's because I write lyrics. So I thought, well, it would be good if I could actually, like, play the guitar or some sort of instrument to put with my lyrics.
I wish I could find a project I was working on about, this would be when I first started teaching, about 2003. I shared a flat with a Muslim guy, and I used to come up with the music, which sounded a bit like, I don't know, a bit like The Prodigy, that sort of thing, with guitars. And then he would rap over it. And I wish I could find it, because I'm sure he said some shit on there that if I heard it today, I'd think, you fucker. I'm definitely sure he sneaked some things in there. But it was all the sort of stuff, though, that's come out now. You know, there's a lot of stuff he would rap about New World Order and all that sort of stuff, which at that time really wasn't part of even alternative thinking. It was quite a fringe thing back then.
Yeah,
and you didn't even have Alex Jones or people like that hadn't come along.
Yeah.
But even if I did find it, I wouldn't share it with anyone.
Are Prodigy still going?
I don't know, actually, because Keith died, didn't he?
Did he? I didn't even know.
Yeah, he died. I think it was last year or the year before, or something like that.
Well, he can't be going then if he's passed away.
Yeah, obviously not if he's dead. Unless they replaced him, but it's a bit hard to replace Keith. His voice was quite unique. Yeah.
Oh, I see Bobby's in the chat. Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Yeah, I was going to say, he said something about if he wants to come up, but I don't know if you two guys are sticking around or shooting or what you're doing. So
I need a kit before I get.
If not, I'll have to wait till tomorrow. Obviously, we'll be live at 1 o'clock tomorrow anyway. We can always sort of bring it back up or whatever and talk about it tomorrow if he's about.
Yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see what Bobby says about that definition, actually. The one we looked at today, and get his take on it, being a Muslim.
Yeah.
And being someone who has got more moderate views than most people.
Mm.
Yeah,
I just wish we had more Lubnas in the world, because she really has worked so hard, and the amount of discrimination that she's faced, the amount of hatred that she's faced from her own community, like, it's no wonder that people from her community, even if they agree with what she's saying, aren't standing up. I feel so sorry for her. I wish that we had more people that had her bravery. So if you think you're one of those people, Bobby, I'd love to talk to you. Had some great conversations with Lubna. Did you know she shut her channel now, Jake?
Oh, has she?
Yeah, she closed her channel. The last live that she did, she had someone banging on her door that had been stalking her via the lives, and then we didn't hear from her for like 8 days, and she did a final live that was for members, where she was saying that basically she's closed the channel due to external pressure, to put it bluntly. It's really sad.
I didn't know any of that. I mean, I haven't watched any of her stuff this year, I don't think, because she said some things that were very unpleasant and unforgivable, to be honest, and that weren't true.
Oh, really?
Yes, but I'm not going to get into it. There's no point
Yeah, that's okay. I haven't watched all of her content. I've watched all of her not lives, but I wasn't in obviously every live. I was in quite a few of them, but not a lot of them. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't in lives. It was a deliberate videos, but like I say, I'm not going to get into it. She can say whatever she likes. I know what is true and what isn't true, and I've got evidence to prove it. So, you know, whatever she says is right. But I'm sorry, whatever she says is up to her. That doesn't make it right, is what I was trying to say. But of course, I always said that how much I enjoyed going on and speaking on her shows and how much of a privilege it was. And I would never wish harm to come to anyone, regardless of whether or not they've said things about me that are highly offensive. You know, I'm not going to not feel that somebody should be in that position, because they shouldn't. It's unacceptable.
So, yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong.
You know, should we
especially
say
when she's trying to build bridges. But yeah,
for tomorrow, that'd be better, wouldn't it? Tomorrow, because it's 4 hours old. Couldn't even realise we've been going 4 hours. Holy moly! So
have we?
Probably,
oh my god!
Yeah. I was like, what? I thought it said 2, and I blinked. I was like, no, that's 4, mate. I was like, oh my god.
Well, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? So
yeah, that's it. Getting educated.
I'd just been out and I came in and I saw it was on, and yeah, I thought it was quite an interesting thing to go through that definition. Actually, I hope people got something from it.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Me
so hopefully, Bobby, if you're around tomorrow, I'm live every day at 1. So but obviously Thursday night we'll be doing another call in that you joined last week. So it would have been Wednesday, but I've got Nick Buckley coming on from Advance, so happy days. But
make sure you ask him that. Make sure you ask him that question, because I'd also be interested to know the answer to that.
Bobby's just put an interesting comment, actually. Says he doesn't really get what it is with her, because she hasn't said anything bad. She's just discussing the criticism, etc. That's very true. Like I said yesterday, Nuria Khan, who I think is excellent, really good channel. She says things that
she's
are
amazing. Yeah, Nuria Khan's amazing.
Yeah, she's brilliant. Really lovely person as well to speak to if you ever get. Yeah. Ellie is another one. I don't know if you know her. She's an ex-Muslim, a good friend of mine actually, and yeah, she was a convert, and she didn't have a particularly good time, put it that way, and so her channel, she explains the sort of things that she's learned from it, and it's really interesting seeing it from the insider's perspective. Yeah, which is why I'd be interested in what Bobby's got to say about this definition, because he might feel that it's a good thing. He might think that perhaps they need that to be in place. Maybe where he lives, people who are Islamic get a lot of stick. I don't know. But where I
mean, without speaking to the other side, you really don't know. And that's why I say I think these conversations are really important, because we need to hear from all sides.
I mean, I don't think Bobby would think that, because he has just put on their DEI means give all our jobs to foreign people. So I don't think he would see it in that way. But people have. I mean, this is a dangerous thing, isn't it? I mean, we're not allowed to say Islam, but we are allowed to say Islam. We're not allowed to criticize Muslims, but we are allowed to criticize the behavior of Muslims. It's just silly. It really is getting silly.
But surely, if you're criticizing, criticizing the behavior of a Muslim, then you're criticizing the Muslim, aren't you? Because people are their actions. So,
I think Bobby has said before he had some criticism with football as well. I'm sure he's mentioned that. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what sort of things he's got to say about that. I mean, I certainly wouldn't give him any stick over anything. Certainly, I've got no reason to, and I'm sure Ace wouldn't either.
No, I wouldn't. No.
Oh, that's interesting. He said he's put it down to class. Yes, I very much relate to that, coming from a council estate myself. That you do.
You can see that with Tommy Robinson. The reason Tommy Robinson doesn't get taken seriously by people like Piers Morgan is because of his class.
Yeah.
and because of the way he talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he talks to Jordan Peterson, he won't argue, he'll listen, he'll agree with his points, even if Jordan Peterson is saying the exact same thing as Tommy Robinson. He'll disagree with Tommy, but he'll agree with the exact same thing with Peterson. It's clearly a class thing.
Douglas Murray, he said that as well.
Yeah,
he
Douglas
says what Tommy said, but they accept it from him, but not Tommy. And he literally says because of who he is.
Yeah,
So,
Douglas Murray's another one. I think he's brilliant, Douglas Murray.
I mean, I used to notice this when I was teaching, that if I, for example, would go shopping after work with my suit on, people in the shops are much more responsive to you than if I'd go in dressed like I am right now. And again, that's just a class thing. And, you know, I speak the way that I speak because I've lived in different places around the country. You know, if I'd only ever lived here all of my life, then I would speak with a very Suffolk accent. It's not anything to do with education or anything like that. It's just how it is. And
that's
with everyone else.
That's never more true than when I worked at KFC. Like, yes, I worked my way up as manager, so I wasn't always on the till, but it was literally a builder come in and I'm like, "You're right, fella," or "You're right, mate, what can I get you?" And the bloke comes in a suit because he's probably a estate agent or something. I'm like, "Afternoon, sir, what can I get you?" Literally straight away. Always like that. And it is, you're prejudging because of what they're wearing.
Yeah, you do. And I would always, and I always felt this when I was teaching, when I speak to the parents, it was always the ones that were from the council estates that I felt I could speak to much more on their level than the middle class ones who are all about getting a career as a doctor and all this carry on. I didn't have a bloody clue. I didn't even know what university was when I was at school. So it's, you know, it doesn't, Bobby is right there about class. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a really
100%.
good point he's made there, that how black Asian Muslims ignore class and call everything racism. Yeah, that is a really good point. I'd like to talk about that with him tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
Another person that I've been listening to, talking heavily on the same points that Peterson and Murray talk about, is Ayan. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Oh yeah, I know her.
Oh my god, I could listen to that woman talk for days. For days. She's brilliant.
She is brilliant. Yeah, people like her, people like Nuria, they really should get much more recognition than they get.
100%.
Especially Nuria, she does appear on quite a few channels, but it would be great to see her get some more numbers because she deserves to get more than she does. And what she does is
watch Hatun Tash as well.
Yeah, yeah.
She was very knowledgeable because she was with Jay, wasn't she? Jay, Jay something, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to get too much into the religious channels because it's the same with politics. They all fall into their little tribal groups, and it's does your head.
But you end up with tunnel vision, though, don't you? It's just like I like to you know, I can watch different things, so I try and limit myself. Do you know what I mean? And like watch this for say an hour, watch that for an hour, then chill out for an hour, then maybe watch something for an hour.
We all do. I mean, you can't sit there and read, you know, highbrow books all day long. You know, you mix things up. You know, you read a bit of shit later on. You watch something shit on YouTube. It's, you know, it doesn't make you any better a person just because you've read some books. Doesn't mean that you know any more than other people do. And the class thing is really very much part of that. And accent is a huge part of it. Because if Tommy Robinson didn't speak like a geezer and say yeah every other word, people would take him more seriously, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think it's time for a nap now before I get my tea.
Yeah, we have been on for quite a while.
Yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
But we're back at 1, so like I said, as I do it and whatever we're talking about, if it's appropriate, and there's certain people in the chat and say, "Oh yeah, you know, is it a calling or can I have a link?" Then yeah, we're, you know, I make up the lies as I go along. So if people want to call in, happy days if you're about. So yeah, just join whenever, Jake. It's a pleasure to have you on, sir. There you go. I'll call you sir while you're wearing that.
Thank you. I've been called sir for a while. It's quite nice, actually. No,
That's
thank
not
you
a
very-
problem, sir.
And good to see you as well, Ms. Ace.
Oh, thanks, God. Cheers, buddy.
No, good
Yeah,
to
I
see you
tend to
both.
call guys. I tend to call guys chief. I don't know why. I just always have.
Why
That's
It doesn't
not?
matter
racist
what you're
Indians.
wearing, but it's also putting them above me because it's suggesting that they're the chief. So
Does
it's all
suggest
about
subservience. You're right. Yeah.
it's all about perception, buddy.
Perhaps that's something
I was
you
gonna
need to
say-
work on.
I thought, oh, thank God
What's
for that. I
that?
thought you start talking about your fan of dominatrix or something. Then I was like, here we go.
No. No, I wouldn't say
Hello,
Depends-
Chief.
depends
Hello,
what mood-
Chief.
Depends what mood I'm in, but there you go.
Oh, classic.
Well, I'll leave you to
We've been
it.
talking too long. Shut up.
Right, take care, everyone.
Yeah,
Good to
take
see
it
you.
easy,
Have a
Jake.
good one.
Stay safe, mate.
Bye.
Catch
Stay
you
safe,
later.
mate. Oh,
Right,
blimey. Oh, I do
good,
like Jake.
good as
He's a
always,
good,
Wiz.
honest
I'll
bloke.
catch you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake
Yeah,
is
go and,
really, really knowledgeable. He knows what he's talking about. I've listened to him, and he clearly does a lot of research because what he talks
Yeah.
about is fluent and coherent. So, yeah, I got a lot
He's
of
like
respect
the
for
male
Jake.
version
But
of you, then.
I can
Mm.
be fluent and coherent at times. At other times, I might be a little bit scattered. I'm pretty sure I'm actually all ADHD, so autistic and ADHD. I've got one of those brains that it kind of it thinks faster than my mouth can move.
Yeah,
So I'll
yeah.
be talking about something, but my mind is like 5 conversations ahead. So sometimes I can become a bit incoherent, or I might drift in what I'm saying. But you know, it's just it is what it
That's
is. You
what-
do with what
Yeah.
you do the best with what you've got. That's all you can do. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, thanks again for
Exactly.
having me on. Great
Right, no
talk
worries.
as
It's a
always.
pleasure.
Have a good day.
Take it easy and stay safe. That's all I can say.
You too, Chief. Have a good one.
See ya.
Bye.
He said it. Oh, classic. Well, there we go, ladies and gents. All happy days. Oh, that pulled you, didn't it? I done that yesterday. I pressed the wrong button. There we go, folks. I can't believe we're going over 4 hours. That's crazy. That's when you know you're having a good chinwag, innit? Eh? Happy days. So thank you very much, every single one in chat. Bobby, if you're around tomorrow from 1 o'clock onwards, then happy days, or Thursday at 7, either. Hopefully we can hook you up and talk to Ace and Jake as well. That'd be cushy. So thank you to every single one of you in chat. I appreciate you taking the time to watch, you know, whether you watched for an hour or 4 hours. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But until tomorrow at 1 p.m, that is the Wizard's words.